Modern cognitive neuroscience tells us that our memories are about as reliable as a weatherman at your local news channel. When a couple is asked, "How did you first meet?" they are lured into romanticized reflection. They might recall locking eyes at a school dance. They might recall the night being just perfect, despite the truth being far from it. We don't remember the spilled punch, the stepped-on toes, or the stuttering. We only remember the X's and O's. Our memory doesn't find the needle by sifting through the haystack, but rather by lighting a match and setting the barn ablaze, until all that remains is the small piece of silver shining through the smoke. In this way, our memories are our best friends. They know exactly when to lie to us, feeding us misinformation about the past to satisfy ourselves in the present. Because if humans were capable of writing and recalling accurate personal accounts of their history, our memories would be stiff, unmarketable literature. And when a book gets boring, we tend to tap out. Just the same, when our lives get monotonous, we tend to give up. So we have our faulty, biased brains to thank us for our perceived happiness and fulfillment. Our inaccurate memory systems consequently help us hide trauma, contrive purpose, and infuse unique importance into an otherwise banal existence. But let it be known, not all cerebral restructurings are gifts from psychology. Some are curses from SCPs. Which of these two possibilities is more existentially terrifying is up to you. SCP-5040 is a non-existent Japanese horror film entitled Tears of Blood, which spontaneously manifests in human memories. SCP-5040 is a master of persuasion. Those affected by SCP-5040 will remember going to see the film, even when their supposed attendance would contradict empirical evidence. It manipulates the mind into unwavering faith. While humans occasionally stumble upon the self-awareness to question their recollection, there are no documented instances of an individual doubting this specific memory. Somehow, beyond the Foundation's understanding, SCP-5040 manages to suspend the skepticism of its victims. They accept the memory as canon, as brute fact. Victims of SCP-5040 do not need a ticket stub to know they have been to the theater, and SCP-5040 afflictions can occur any place where movies are shown. It even transcends laws and navigates social norms. In cultures where its content would usually be prohibited by regulations and frowned upon by the public, it still inserts itself into the memory of its prey, and once that memory is planted, it's an event that can't be forgotten. Like the birth of your first child, like your favorite football team winning the Super Bowl, like the employee number you punch in and out of work every day for the rest of your life. It stamps itself into the forefront of the subject's brain, waving its arm, pleading to be recognized, begging for attention. Descriptions of the film are always similar in nature, as are the circumstances and events surrounding the viewing. However, reports of SCP-5040's story and characters are never fully consistent from one subject to the next, and the film's setting, subplots, character names, and much of the dialogue are different for each viewer. Whether this is SCP-5040's intent or inadequacy is unclear. Casting also varies and appears largely arbitrary. A broad variety of Japanese performers and entertainment personalities, both living and deceased, have been said to star in the film, even when the actor in question has no real-life associations with the horror genre. Imagine famous Japanese actor Pat Morita, better known as Mr. Miyagi from The Karate Kid, being the lead in a horror film. Despite the fact this would be a noticeably strange casting decision, SCP-5040 would still be taken seriously. Despite any and all deviations from expectations of the medium, SCP-5040 is seen as legitimate. Kinks in its design are overlooked by the viewer, similar to how our sleeping selves most often don't recognize we are dreaming, even when we encounter flying horses, friends with banana fingers, and leprechauns playing Pot Limit Omaha in Chris Hemsworth's basement. This may be because, despite all of its quirks, the film's core is sturdy. Its beginning, middle, and end are always in agreement. It doesn't stray from Robert McKee's universal structure of story. Not even the sick, twisted M. Night Shyamalan himself could have created a cinematic experience quite like this. After conducting more than 300 interviews, researchers have constructed a detailed synopsis of SCP-5040's most consistent story elements and the most common sequence of events associated with the viewer's memory of their screening attendance. There is no matinee with this movie. Screenings always begin at sunset. If there are obstacles standing in the way of the subject's attendance, SCP-5040 will see them removed. Dentist appointments, drinks with a friend, a long procrastinated date with the treadmill. All these commitments for that day and time will be pushed down the subject's list of priorities, making way for the movie. They will learn that their plans have been canceled or resolved one way or another. The dentist's office burned to the ground. Your friend is suddenly sober. The model of treadmills at your gym have been recalled. Somehow, some way, time is freed up. And when life is kind enough to offer respite from personal and social obligations, it is modern humans' instinct to sit down and veg out. At this moment, the subjects decide to see a movie at a nearby theater. Upon arrival, the theater looks to be an entity in its own right. Long lines of patrons are like limbs extending from its center box office. Bright, blocky letters forming the film's title run across the marquee like a cheap tattoo. It is truly madness. A frenzied crowd gathers at the box office, pushing and shoving, clawing at the glass partition for a ticket. The entire theater has been reserved for this special event, a one-time only screening of a rare, critically acclaimed film. Admission is entirely free. But is it actually free? Or has the cost just not declared itself? When the subject reaches the auditorium, they scan their eyes over the sea of people. Heads emerge from the backs of almost every seat. They can only find one empty space, and they have to shuffle like a crab to get past the mass of other viewers. In their seat, they notice that a large number of people throughout the audience are wearing disposable face masks. The woman sitting next to the subject's right wears one such mask, as does the woman on their left. And before you think, well, that isn't so weird, it's important to note that all of these accounts were taken years before certain recent events. Patrons continue to pack into the theater. Despite every chair being filled, more and more people enter. The aisles become overflow seating. Regulations of max occupancy are dismissed. In the darkness of the room, all that can be clearly seen are shapes. The rectangle that is the screen, the hundreds of circles that are the heads of the audience. But there is a shape that feels misplaced. What appears to be the letter P sticks up from the crowd, a thin line with a bulge protruding from the top. The specificity of its origin is difficult to define, but once the subject's eyes adjust to the dark, they notice it's an IV pole carrying a bag of unknown fluid. However, there is no clear indication of who it is connected to. Furthermore, they notice one of the masked audience members is wearing a hospital gown. There is little time to assess any of these strange visuals, because there are no trailers or advertisements before the film. As soon as the audience is settled into whatever space they might find temporarily habitable, the theater goes silent and the film begins. The film opens with the female protagonist going about mundane activities in her day-to-day life. A phone call interrupts her. It is an unknown party who tells her that a loved one has been hospitalized for one reason or another. The protagonist drops what she's doing to accept the call to action. On her way to the hospital, however, she is attacked by a male assailant and loses consciousness. The protagonist wakes up in a fog, unable to make sense of her surroundings, but the audience understands that wherever she is in deep trouble. She's in a desolate and unfamiliar building with her arms and legs bound. She is accompanied by a number of other female captives, some of whom still remain seemingly unconscious or possibly dead. The women briefly discuss their strategy to escape, but they are interrupted when the kidnapper appears. Descriptions of hairstyle, eye color, and wardrobe would fall short in showing us who this character really is. Instead, his swift and decisive actions do the talking. He sees one of the women crying and kills her without hesitation. The kidnapper reveals to the woman the code he intended to operate under. He would release the captives after 24 hours, but only under the condition that they do not cry. During the film, the kidnapper demonstrates various forms of physical and psychological torture on the group of women. Despite their best efforts, the captives are unable to hold back their tears, and one by one, they are murdered until only the protagonist remains. Frustrated by the protagonist's unremarkable resolve, the kidnapper takes more extreme measures, increasing the intensity of her torture. However, the protagonist is not one to be messed with. Despite being tormented, she seems in control of the situation. She doesn't succumb to the traditional dynamics of torture. Even while on the wrong end of the bat, she isn't afraid to swing. She fights back how she can. She mocks and insults her captor, and it's then she finds his weakness. Although a physically empowering villain, he is emotionally fragile. Her grit frustrates him, causing him to lose focus and become noticeably rattled. As the protagonist continues to weaken her kidnapper with words, the subject in the audience notices what seems to be a slight echo in the dialogue. They look up to see if something is wrong with the speakers. They even wonder if this is a stylistic decision made by the director. But then they notice where it is coming from. They eventually realize that the two masked women sitting beside them are quietly repeating every line of dialogue as it occurs. Their lips moving causes their masks to shake softly. With each word, the air from their whispers blows the cloth away from their mouth, only for the mask to collapse back in when the syllable is completed. If the subject looks even closer, they will see that the lower half of the women's masks are saturated with saliva. Things don't get any more pleasant when the subject shifts their gaze down the woman's body. Just near their waists, their hands are clasped together so tightly that their fingernails are digging into their skin. They tremble and fidget, as if having taken on the burden of the world's anxiety, and no medication can calm them down. Fingernails dig deeper into their skin, drawing blood and foreshadowing the film's finale. At the film's climax, the kidnapper approaches the protagonist with a double-edged razor blade and announces that even if she is freed, she will spend the rest of her life horribly disfigured. This leads to an argument between the two, the subtext of which alludes to themes such as nature of inner and outer beauty, the value of women in society, and the societal stigma against expressions of vulnerability. The argument on the surface, however, does not sound sophisticated or profound. There is no consolation for a fight having emotional depths. At the end of the day, the blows will always feel more physical than intellectual. Eventually, the kidnapper loses patience and grabs the protagonist by the shoulders and slams her to the floor. He reaches out his hands and grabs her by the face. The subject's attention is again pulled from the screen when they hear groaning from every direction. The wordless hums fill the theater with a sense of worry and uneasiness, so much so that the subject feels the room getting smaller as the air polluted with angst grows thicker. As the subject brings their eyes back to the film, they see the kidnapper gripping the protagonist's lower lip between his thumb and forefinger, squeezing tight as to pop her lip like a balloon. The kidnapper then takes the razor blade to the victim's lips. He pauses to mock the protagonist, and while he does this, blinded by pride and arrogance, she jolts into action, grabbing the razor right out of his hands with her teeth. She follows up her burglary with assault. Her neck stabs forward, and in a blur, she stabs the kidnapper's eyes out. It happens in an instant. The kidnapper has no time to react. Blood spills from his face. Screams pour out of his mouth. During this time, the protagonist maneuvers the razor into her fingers. She hacks away at her bindings, but they are stubborn and resist her sawing. The battle continues, and the kidnapper is able to tear off the victim's lips entirely. She looks like a monster now. As the kidnapper smiles and celebrates his wrongdoings, the protagonist finishes freeing herself and slits the kidnapper's throat with the razor. The protagonist locates the exit and scrambles towards it as the kidnapper bleeds to death on the cold, hard floor. The protagonist then speaks her final words. Due to her injuries, her voice is muffled and raspy. She bears down and calmly speaks. One last time, she mocks the kidnapper, telling him that he cried tears of blood and therefore had to die according to his own rules. During this climax, it is reported that the subjects experience a sense of dread unique to any other terror ever felt. Strangely, the feeling appeared not to correspond to the scene in the film at all. It is a feeling entirely separate from the viewing experience, as if for a moment, the subject is taken out of the moment in time and transported to a realm composed only of fear and anxiety. But just as quickly as they left, they returned. The Foundation sees it worth mentioning that this peculiar moment happens to occur during the film's most clearly recalled scene. While descriptions of violence vary from one viewer to the next, the climax is unshakable in its consistency. This is further evidence that SCP-5040 has a core foundation that remains intact. False memories are given validity by our peers. When we tell a story, the inaccuracies are often the best parts, the exaggerated drama, the rearranged sequence of events, the jokes you thought of in retrospect, but weaved into later accounts. While a storyteller knows when to lie, a good storyteller knows how to not get caught. SCP-5040 captivates its audience, but it seems to know how much it can get away with. By providing a consistent, objective truth, a climax that is reported the same across all accounts, SCP-5040 insists, even if only briefly, on being a credible film, not just a random sequence of 24 frames per second. Eyes back to the screen, the film abruptly cuts to an unspecified point in the future. Now wearing a face mask to hide her disfigured mouth, no different than the one seen worn in the theater, the protagonist walks down the street to her apartment, indifferent to the crowd of paparazzi that follows her. It is clear that this is now just a part of her life. The lights flash on her face. When she reaches her bedroom, the protagonist slowly pulls down her mask. Face free from cloth, she stares at herself in the mirror. It is silent. What she sees is less notable than what she doesn't. The lower portion of her face is gone. She focuses only on that. It's hard to know if she will ever see into her own eyes again. Her gaze might forever be fixed on what she can't get back. And through those eyes that long to see more, she sheds a single tear. Over the course of several minutes, her weeping gradually builds into frenzied sobs and shrieks. It can first be misinterpreted as bad acting, a case of doing too much. But as the crying carries onward, it's understood that the horror in her wallowing is all too real. The film cuts to black and the credits roll, but the sound of the protagonist's cries continue to play with no other audio until the credit reel ends. And even then, in silence, it's hard to say if she ever stopped crying. Audience members remain silent after the movie ends, exchanging only whispers as they exit the theater. Feet step over small red puddles and stains on the theater floor as if they are sticky puddles of soda. Those who remain past this point experience an escalating feeling of unwelcomeness until sitting and staying is more physically demanding than getting up and walking out. Some experiences will stay with you forever, even if they never actually happened. The devil on your shoulder, your guardian angel. These are expressions that we've all heard countless times. Of course, they're not supposed to be taken literally. None of us have a heavenly spirit looking over us and protecting us from harm, in the same way that nobody really has a little red-skinned imp whispering encouragement to commit atrocious deeds in someone's ear. They're metaphors. Guardian angel refers to any instance of seemingly divine intervention, but is more often a coincidence that ends up benefiting a person when they need it most. And the devil on your shoulder, that's temptation. The little voice in the back of your head that sometimes eggs you on to do something you know you shouldn't. But what if there was a being that was both a demonic, malicious creature that also acted as a guardian for someone unable to protect themselves? Is it even possible for a being to be both angel and devil? And who out there could ever qualify for such holy and hellish protection? Ombre Rouge was once a fairly normal place to live, a small Louisiana town in one of the smallest of these 50 United States. Its name was derived from the French language, translating to Red Shadow, an ominous name for a township that was otherwise so uninteresting and forgettable. In fact, if things had never panned out the way they had, Ombre Rouge would have stayed that way, just a place where nothing interesting ever happened. All of that changed, of course, when the disappearances started. For anyone who might be too young to remember them, the mid-2000s were a turbulent time. The Iraq War was in full swing, and a nationwide financial crisis was rapidly approaching. But in the midst of all this global chaos and instability, the residents of Ombre Rouge were soon to be caught in the thralls of their very own shared torment. At first, like with most bad things, it started small. One person went missing, an unfortunate occurrence, but not exactly unheard of. Sadly, these things happen, especially when you live so close to the swamplands of Louisiana. People wander out into the marsh under the searing heat of the sun, only to suffer heat stroke, collapse, and end up buried in the dark, dank mud, never to be seen again. Few of those living in the town took much notice of the first disappearance. Apart from the missing person's relatives, many just shrugged off the news. As sad as it was, most of the townsfolk were just grateful it hadn't happened to any of their own family or friends. Maybe it was that ignorance, that lack of vigilance or reaction, that meant a second resident would also be reported missing, not long after the first. But this time was different. Unlike the previous disappearance, this one had an eyewitness. Clement Donovan, known to locals as Clem, had spotted a passerby while taking out bags of garbage. This unassuming pedestrian was the second disappearance victim. Thinking little of the man who just seemed to be walking home, Clem went back inside. A split second later, he heard a scream from outside and rushed back to his dimly lit porch. It was there that Clem claimed he saw something retreating towards the nearby woods. However, Clem's wild story of something not quite human wasn't taken seriously by local police. He even managed to snap a grainy photo on his clamshell cell phone. But back in 2005, phone cameras were nowhere near as advanced as they are today. Most Ombre Rouge locals wrote Clem off as a crazy old man at best. But worst, it made him look like someone who was trying to exploit or make light of the disappearances, something that garnered him a lot of dirty looks from his neighbors. That was until a number of other residents started reporting they had also witnessed a humanoid creature. It's hard to say if any of these eyewitnesses were genuine and how many were just people latching on to Clem's story. Regardless, the disappearances hadn't stopped, and it didn't take long for an unknown organization to roll into Ombre Rouge after hearing the rumors of a creature sighting. A few residents, even the local sheriff's department, thought these shady figures were a division of forensic specialists here to aid in the investigations into the missing persons. The more conspiratorial folks living in the town had a different explanation, that the newcomers were a deep state-controlled top-secret government group, there to assess the possibility that there really was some kind of monster on the loose. Not long after this group had arrived in Ombre Rouge, the number of residents going missing seemed to dwindle. On the 18th of December 2005, they packed up and left town, giving no explanation to the local police. Nobody knew if this secretive foundation had actually uncovered the perpetrator responsible for all the disappearances, if there even was any creature like the rumors said. But whatever had transpired in that Louisiana swamp town, one thing was clear. The moment the foundation left, nobody else went missing from Ombre Rouge, or at least, not for over a decade. Before then, however, little else of note happened in Ombre Rouge after the initial spate of missing persons cases. This, apart from a car accident that took place just under a year after the various disappearances ended. A heavily injured man by the name of Simon Hayes was taken to a local hospital, suffering from a severe concussion. Simon had been involved in a collision with a car on the 11th of November 2006. The doctors that examined him determined that Simon had been left with short-term retrograde amnesia, a condition that affected all his memories from prior to the accident. It was due to this that he was unable to recall events that occurred in the years before he'd sustained his injuries. Now, what is it that makes a random, if unfortunate, car accident victim so significant? Well, Simon Hayes actually became the first person in Ombre Rouge to be declared missing in almost a decade. In 2016, 10 years after his accident, and 11 after the original slew of disappearances, Simon vanished when returning to his hometown in Louisiana to visit his family. Naturally, Simon Hayes wouldn't be the last familiar face to return to the town. A repetition of such similar and strange occurrences as before also brought the mysterious foundation rolling back in. Little did the townsfolk know, in the year that had followed the group's original exodus from Ombre Rouge, they had lost something. On the exact same day Simon suffered his accident, whatever it was the Foundation had left town with had managed to escape. Perhaps this was a purely coincidental occurrence, but what if it wasn't? After all, road traffic collisions take place all the time all over the world. But an accident happening in a town with a history of people going missing, on the exact same day that this thing escaped captivity? Maybe there was a link between the two events. At the very least, the Foundation seemed to think so. Some of the more astute people living in the swampside town noticed black armored transport vehicles moving into their neighborhoods. Men in body armor locking down the whole of Ombre Rouge. These didn't seem like local police. They weren't even the National Guard, although they were certainly heavily armed enough to cause concern. This unit of specially trained operatives quickly took control of the entire township, their authority never questioned by the sheriff's department. The place was small enough, isolated by surrounding swamps and marshland, that it was easy for Mobile Task Force Epsilon 6 to get away with an operation like this. Before the people of Ombre Rouge had time to argue, The task force had already begun their investigation. The newest series of disappearances had started in 2016 with Simon Hayes mysteriously vanishing and had continued 2 years later in 2018. Just like the first spate back in 2005, there were sporadic and unconfirmed eyewitness accounts of a creature shaped like a human but considerably taller, almost 2 meters in height. Most witnesses reported only ever seeing this local boogeyman at nighttime, making it much harder to see in detail, although a few seemed to state its skin was deep red, unlike any natural human skin tone. While before, residents of the Louisiana swamp town had brushed off stories like this as nothing more than rumors and urban legends, the Foundation seemed pretty receptive to the idea of some kind of monster on the loose in the marshland. And after all, they had good reason to believe such an outlandish story, because it was the same creature that had already escaped from them in 2006. Continuing their investigation into the link between Simon Hayes and this creature, Mobile Task Force Epsilon 6, also known by the codename the Village Idiots, arrived at Hayes' place of residence. Kicking the door down, breaching the house, they began a room-by-room sweep, looking for any clues that would explain why the monster they'd captured escaped on the same day as Simon's accident. One of the MTF operatives uncovered something, an envelope stashed in the home Simon had grown up in. He opened it cautiously. A collection of papers that were contained inside came spilling out. There were a series of simple drawings on paper that seemed to be more than a few years old. The crudeness of the hand-scrawled pictures and age of the paper seemed to imply that they had been created by a child. A number of the drawings depicted the same thing, a red-skinned creature, just like the one the townsfolk had reported seeing. With them was a note, written by Simon's mother, which read, "Found these old drawings of yours. Thought you might like to see them again. Welcome home." There was a link, an unclear, maybe tangential connection, but one that was growing the more information the Foundation uncovered. Whatever this being was, a very young Simon Hayes had seen it while growing up in Ombre Rouge. Due to the short-term retrograde amnesia that he'd sustained after his accident, he wouldn't have remembered it, but perhaps this thing remembered him. Did that mean the pair of them might be linked somehow? Not just by coincidence, but some kind of connection that allowed the creature to escape its captivity on the exact day Simon had his car accident. A connection that had drawn Hayes back home to Ombre Rouge, or drawn the beast to Simon to kidnap him. Moving fast, MTF Epsilon 6 began to rapidly sweep the remainder of the town, searching for any further signs that would lead them to the whereabouts of either Simon Hayes or this elusive crimson-skinned boogeyman. They interviewed residents and chased cold leads, before eventually backing their target into a corner. The Foundation's MTF operatives mapped the location of every eyewitness report of the creature, using that information to track it back to a possible point of origin. It was a barn, left abandoned, practically falling apart as it stood in a state of disrepair just outside the small Louisiana town. Under the cover of darkness, the task force approached the wooden structure, weapons locked and loaded, keeping them trained on the barn. Cautiously moving closer, remaining on high alert, the squad activated their night vision. There was a low, almost undetectable sound of movement coming from within the barn. Slowly, the MTF's leader pushed open the wooden door and peeked inside. It was there he saw what they had been looking for, the thing that had escaped the Foundation over 10 years before. SCP-3631, a man and his monster. The beast was just over 6 feet tall, its skin a bloody shade of crimson, just as some of the eyewitnesses had described. It sported a pair of arms and bipedal legs, giving it a humanoid shape. However, that was exactly where its likeness to human beings ended. The creature, later designated as SCP-3631-1, lacked ears, eyes, or a nose, only a wide gaping maw of sharp teeth. Its face was covered in holes that twitched and puckered like smaller miniature mouths. In actuality, it used these orifices for various senses. It smelled, saw, and detected sounds through the holes in its otherwise mostly featureless face. As the members of MTF Epsilon 6 entered the barn stealthily, making sure not to alert SCP-3631-1, they sighted something else. Someone else was in the barn with it. A man. Not a dead victim or another monster like SCP-3631-1, but but an actual, living, breathing human man. MTF Epsilon 6's commander gave his squad the signal to engage. Hearing the sounds of weapons cocking around it, the creature turned and snarled, crawling on all fours like an animalistic predator. At first, it reared back. It wasn't until one member of the task force approached that SCP-3631-1 retaliated, attacking the Foundation operatives in a frenzy. Following a prolonged and bloody exchange, MTF Epsilon 6 managed to subdue the creature and were able to once again return it to Foundation captivity. But this time, unlike back in 2005, they had SCP-3631-2 as well. As the red monster was prepped for transport, a survivor of the task force noticed something, an ID, perhaps a driver's license, on the man's person. The Epsilon 6 operative picked the card up, wiping away smears of blood with a gloved finger, enough to reveal a single familiar name printed on it: Simon Hayes. Before long, just like last time, the Foundation rolled back out of Ombre Rouge, leaving the Louisiana townsfolk none the wiser about what had happened there. Little did they know the red shadow hanging over their home had been lifted, but it had come at the cost of a number of disappearances that would remain unsolved. People who would never be found, families forced to go on without ever getting answers. When he was returned to the Foundation's labs, SCP-3631-2 was sent for extensive examination. Given the severity of the invasive organ transplants he'd undergone, it was impossible to tell if he was, in fact, Simon. The creature had been regularly replacing the man's internal organs on a monthly basis whenever they showed signs of decay or failing. Somehow, despite the high risk of blood loss and infection posed by this crude form of surgery, the subject had remained alive, but he was unable to speak, conscious, but showing very limited responses to stimuli. Nobody knows why the carnivorous nocturnal monster SCP-3631-1 took this man captive. In the same vein, it is unclear why the creature felt such a need to protect him, going to such lengths as hunting for replacement organs from unwilling donors. Perhaps in a grisly, twisted way, SCP-3631-1 was this man's guardian angel, or maybe more a devil on his shoulder. I wonder, is it really possible for something to be both? Picture this. If you'll excuse that foreshadowing pun, you're at your local city mall in Ohio, a place that's never still. Every time you go there, no matter what time of day or day of the week, it's always full of people, all bustling about, shopping, eating, dashing past one another. Maybe, presumably like everyone else, you came in to get some specific item, or you might just be browsing. Heck, you could be there for a casual date, or to grab a bite to eat at the food court. That's when you remember you need to have your picture taken. It could be that your passport is about to expire, or your driver's license hasn't been updated since you moved. Whatever the reason, lucky for you, there's a photo booth right here in the mall. Take your own photo boasts the sign on the outside of the cramped cubicle. A list of instructions below describing just how quick and easy the process is. You take a look at the price list, feed the right amount of money into the slot, and take a seat inside. Pulling the curtain closed, you straighten your back, look directly into the lens. A short countdown appears on the screen. 3, 2, 1. A flash bursts from the bulb above the lens, filling the booth, and leaving those white spots floating in your vision for a few moments. You head back out of the cubicle, waiting to pick up the glossy paper with your photos on it as it starts rapidly printing them off. You wanted a 2x2, 4 total pictures of your face. But then, as it finishes printing and you inspect the pictures, turning the paper in your hands, you're met with a surprise, an unnerving one to say the least. The pictures don't show your face. In fact, it barely looks like a human face at all. It has your clothes and your hair, but the whole image has been warped. Not just out of focus, but completely disproportional. Annoyed that you spent your money only to receive a highly distorted image, you wander off to find another booth, throwing the unusable picture in the nearest trash can. Now, sure, you might write off something like that as just an odd occurrence, a freak of technology caused by faulty machinery in desperate need of repair. But what you don't know, in fact you won't even realize until it's too late, is what really just happened. When you sat down and that flash went off, taking your picture and printing it off as a warped, unrecognizable mess, something was born. Located at the end of a series of long, winding concrete stairs and kept out of sight behind doors marked Keep Out and Staff Only, is a lower level of the mall. Hidden in this dark, off-limits area that no member of the public is permitted to access, there is a service door somewhere in the southwest corner of the third sub-basement. Just taking a look at it, you could easily imagine nothing at all interesting behind it, like a power generator or a storage room. But if you were to push it open and venture inside, you'd stumble upon something you would never have expected in your wildest dreams, or more accurately, your most disturbing nightmares. Beyond that service door is a cavern, hardly the first thing you'd assume to be secreted away underneath a city shopping mall. Although if you're into cave jumping, it would be ill-advised to take a spelunking adventure down there. The entire cavern isn't actually part of our world. It's an extra-dimensional space. Think of it as its own little pocket universe that has somehow become connected to ours and can now be accessed through this doorway. If it helps, you can even picture our universe as a big soap bubble, with a slightly smaller bubble attached to it. In actuality, it's infinitely more complicated and looks nothing like two bubbles of different sizes, but like we said, if it helps to picture it that way, then go right ahead. If you were brave enough, or naive enough, to venture deeper into this cave and not to be put off by its walls that look like they'd been carved from pure limestone, then you would have had to watch your step to avoid a nasty fall. Within the large cave space is a deep, dark pit, a rocky conduit in the ground, seemingly leading down into the earth. But taking a closer look, the walls of this pit aren't made of rock. They don't even match the limestone that the rest of the cavernous room looks to be cut from. The surface of the pit is coated in a slimy substance, closer to something biological, coming from a living thing rather than being carved out of rock. Depending on your familiarity with the texture, you might even say this substance is not all that far off from the appearance and feel of human fat tissue. Although you probably shouldn't reach in to try and touch it for yourself, least of all because the walls of the pit are constantly secreting a corrosive substance like acid that could easily break down your body by its molecules, painfully burning you until you melted down into soup. But there's something else down there. Lots of somethings, as a matter of fact. And the moment you took that photo, sitting in the safety of the booth in the mall above, a new something found itself born into the pit. It looks almost exactly like you, but its face is all wrong. You could even say distorted, like a photograph that didn't quite come out right. The abnormalities in its face could take the form of lacerations, cuts and open wounds, or bloody welts, like looking in a mirror at a twisted, injured version of yourself. Or this imperfect copy might have growths bulging out from its head, covering its facial features to make it virtually unrecognizable as a clone of you. Then again, maybe it'll just come out missing everything. No eyes, mouth, nose, just a blank, expressionless mask on a body otherwise identical to yours. And what does this thing, this clone, do now that it finds itself in a pit filled with other writhing, imperfect copies of everyone that's ever sat to have their picture taken in that photo booth? Well, what would you do? You would try to get out as quickly as possible, and that's what it will start doing. While you're going about the rest of your day, maybe stopping off at a few stores in the mall or complaining to the customer service staff about that faulty photo booth, it's already started climbing. Its fingernails are digging into that fleshy tissue that coats the walls of the pit as the copy drags its imperfect body upwards, crawling over the others around it that are trying to do the exact same. There's no telling just how many of them are down there, how many misshapen heads and deformed faces your clone has had to barge past and climb over as they all pile deep down within their hole in the ground. And what's the worst part of all this? It's not just the climb. The fact that your copy has to fight its way out of the pit, making the near impossible ascent to make it to the surface. No, the worst part is that you have no idea it's happening. You're completely oblivious that a distorted clone of you is raking its nails against walls of fat tissue, clambering up from underneath the ground, and even more so, you have no idea what it wants to do when it gets free and finds you. The SCP Foundation has long since been keeping an eye on the anomaly that they themselves have designated as SCP-715. Given that the photo booth itself was connected to the extra-dimensional space buried deep below the mall, removing it isn't really an option. Sure, they could have easily have cordoned it off and put up signs saying the booth was out of order to deter members of the public from trying to use it, but this was the SCP Foundation after all. They needed to run tests, figure out exactly what this anomaly did, and how it ticked. Gerald Patton had been a rising star at the Foundation, a promising researcher who had long been proving his mettle since he first became part of the organization. For a time, the higher-ups at the Foundation had planned to attach the researcher to the SCP-2090 project, studying a basketball player who somehow gained anomalous powers. However, hearing about the photo booth in the Ohio City Mall, he turned down this request to instead join the team researching SCP-715. Certain high-level staff of the SCP Foundation noted this to be strange. Patton had never turned down a promotion before, as the SCP-2090 project would have offered him better pay and more vacation time. In order to observe the photo booth closely without alerting the public to their presence, Foundation staff on site were disguised to blend in with civilians, and some posed as retail staff employed at the mall. Come closing time, once everyone else that worked there or who had been shopping throughout the day had finally left, the Foundation researchers were free to run their tests and investigate the anomalous photo booth. It was the night of a routine sweep. All staff members on site were required to test the surrounding area for reality warping anomalies. The sweep was mandatory for the entire team assigned to SCP-715, yet quite unusually, researcher Patton didn't report in for the procedure. The higher-ups at the Foundation decided to let this indiscretion slide though. After all, there were a lot of personnel involved in the process, so Patton was let off the hook. In fact, the few disparities in Patton's behavior only became more apparent when Dr. Agatha Wright began to more closely collate and process the files and information on the personnel on site. She was the research head on the SCP-715 project, and quickly noticed a few things that didn't add up about researcher Gerald Patton. His rejection of the offer to join the SCP-2090 project and refusal to attend a routine reality-bending anomaly sweep might have seemed like unrelated incidents at first, but both would have brought the researcher into contact with technology that the Foundation used specifically to detect any distortions to reality. If he had taken the promotion or been present for the sweep, he too would have been within the scope of this specialized detection equipment. Yet both times, he managed to avoid being put in such a position. What the hell was Patton hiding? And what would show up if a detector was pointed at him? Dr. Wright was growing ever more suspicious of researcher Patton and his behavior. However, it was when she learned he had secretly tested the photo booth himself that she decided to take matters into her own hands in order to get to the bottom of what Gerald was up to. She had to mull it over and think about things cautiously. She couldn't confront him directly, at least not yet. Even the evidence she already had, that Patton had seemingly twice avoided situations involving the use of reality distortion detection equipment, wasn't enough to prove for certain he was hiding something. Both instances could have been caused by something completely unrelated. Gerald could have rejected his promotion purely because he was more interested in SCP-715 than joining the SCP-2090 project. And even Foundation personnel needed sick days or skipped work because of a hangover without telling anyone, which could explain why he was absent during the sweep of the mall. But Agatha wasn't convinced. It felt like the two instances lined up too closely. They felt far too similar to be an utterly random coincidence. Even if Gerald wasn't up to anything dangerous, the only way to know for sure was to observe him, but without drawing attention to it. He'd deny anything, act completely differently, maybe even flat out lie if he knew someone was listening or watching. Agatha was forced to think in a way that was as calculated as she was certain Gerald had been. His quarters were located in a secluded part of the sub-basement, a level above where the fleshy pit could be found. Almost all the Foundation personnel assigned to SCP-715 slept somewhere on site, their presence there masked from the ordinary mall employees. Taking care not to be detected, they had installed doors with a keycard system, meaning only members of their own staff could access the living quarters under the mall. If any civilians happened to stumble upon the Foundation and discover them, then all it took was the careful application of amnestics to ensure that they wouldn't remember a thing. Beeping her keycard at the door, Agatha slipped into the living area. It mostly consisted of a narrow corridor with rows of doors on either side. Behind each one was a cramped room, each only big enough for one person, a bunk to sleep in, and a sink with a mirror above it. Gerald's room was the furthest from the entrance, right down at the end of the corridor, as far from everyone else as he could get. Although it also meant if he came back from testing early, then he'd be more likely to catch Agatha leaving his room and walking back along the row. It would be hard to come up with an excuse as to what she was doing anywhere near his quarters, especially as her room was right behind the very first door, right next to the entrance. All this was rushing through Dr. Wright's mind as she squeezed into Patton's room. In actual fact, the interior space of them was so limited that they were even smaller than most ship cabins. Her hand had been clasped around the handle of a metal case, which she sat down on Gerald's empty bed. Unclasping the clips that held it closed, Agatha opened up the case and took out what was held inside the inner layer of protective foam. It was the Fulman Breaker Anomalous Optical Enhancement Device, a piece of the specialized apparatus that Foundation researchers use to record and identify any person or object that might be exhibiting anomalous properties. It utilized state-of-the-art optical enhancement technology and could be used to detect whether a subject was causing any distortion to the reality around it by accessing visual spectrums that were normally imperceivable to the naked human eye, or sometimes even unobservable in this dimension. Agatha looked around the tiny cabin. Given the limited space, she was also short on options as to where she could hide the device without it being easily noticed. It was also imperative that researcher Patton had no idea he was under observation. Dr. Wright looked over to the sink in the corner, the mirror just above it. Sure, it was a tactic taken straight out of the big book of spy novel cliches, but it would work. The advanced spectrum capabilities of the optical enhancement device would be able to record Patton through the glass. Luckily, the entire living quarters had been pretty hastily built, which meant it took little effort for Agatha to loosen the screws holding the mirror in place. But that's when she heard the distinctive beep of the door to the living quarters, followed by the gradual footsteps getting closer and closer. It might not have been Gerald, but there was also an equal chance that it could have been. Acting as fast as she could, Agatha placed the optical enhancement device on the wall and covered it with the mirror, frantically trying to screw it back into place as quick as she could. The echoing noise of someone approaching sounded as if they were almost right outside the cabin door by the time Dr. Wright had tightened the screws enough to keep the mirror in place. Giving a quick final scan of the room, making sure nothing looked too conspicuous, she grabbed the empty case and smoothed out the duvet where it had been laying, leaving no trace that she had ever been there. Her heart already racing, it almost exploded right out of her chest as she slipped back out of the door to Patton's cabin, only to see him walking down the narrow corridor directly towards his room, towards her. Dr. Wrights, Gerald greeted with a stage smile, though the suspicion on his face was so unmistakable that it could have probably shown up clearly on camera. Something I can help you with? Patton. Agatha gave a polite nod back to the researcher, lifting the case behind her back. The one upside of the tight corridor was that Patton was so close to her, he couldn't see what she was hiding. The obvious downside being he might be close enough to clock Dr. Wright's suspicion of him. Did you need something? Patton chuckled. Sorry, it's just, what were you doing in my quarters? Her heart was still racing, desperately trying to form a plausible excuse somewhere in her mind. Agatha's free hand reached into her pocket, something brushing against her fingertips. It would have to do. You dropped this, she exclaimed, pulling out a $20 bill and handing it to Gerald, a small price to pay to keep her subterfuge. Earlier on in the mall near SCP-715, I saw it fall out of your pocket. I had other matters to attend to down at... Anyway, I wanted to make sure you got it back. Oh, thank you. Gerald blinked in surprise, taking the money. As she squeezed past him and walked out of the living quarters, Agatha could barely stop her hands from shaking, although those tremors of nerves would have to become the trembling of absolute horror when she saw the footage that the optical enhancement device collected. Patton was one of the creatures from the pit. It didn't seem possible. He didn't even have clearance to know about the pit, and any of the clones or SCP-715-A's that managed to claw their way up to the surface were immediately terminated by on-site security, the instances becoming known as SCP-715-B's if they made it that far. Yet somehow Patton, or whatever he really was, had made it through undetected, but that was far from the worst discovery Dr. Wright would make. She used a number of the same anomalous optical enhancement devices to observe the SCP-715-8 creatures within the pit, only to find that she and the other researchers had made a grave mistake. The SCP-715-A's, they were all humans. What the Foundation had initially thought were the distorted, imperfect clone copies of everyone who had used the SCP-715 photo booth were actually the originals. They had been trying to climb back up because they wanted to come home. Their places taken by SCP-715-B's. But none of those people, now twisted, disfigured, and unrecognizable, were able to explain to the Foundation who they were, and they'd been shot, left to fall back into the pit and die. Acting fast, Dr. Wrights updated the classification of SCP-715 to Keter, although this was later rescinded back to safe. The creature that looked like researcher Patton was apprehended and brought in for interrogation. After learning the truth behind SCP-715, the photo booth was secured and locked up permanently. But as of now, the project investigating SCP-715 has been put on hold. No one at the Foundation wants to admit their mistake, that they now have an extra-dimensional pit full of innocent, distorted people, or that they have no idea where all their body-swapped counterparts are. High school is a turbulent time for a lot of us, to say the least. Subjects are a lot harder, classes feel longer, and because you're older, there can be so much more pressure put on you by your teachers and parents alike. There's a lot more onus for you to perform well in tests and make sure that you get good grades, thanks to everyone around you telling you that these are the most important years of your life, or that your high school experience will determine your whole future for good or for bad. Actually, come to think of it, pressure feels like a bit of an understatement. As if there weren't already enough things to worry about when you're trying to make your way through high school, the changes to yourself get thrown into the mix as well. Growing up and getting older often means developing a further, previously unseen level of self-awareness and understanding of who you are as a person. That can be true of any part of life, but high school can often be the first time we're aware of ourselves in such a heightened way. Usually everything we're experiencing during that time can make some of us self-conscious, shying away from others to avoid embarrassment or becoming brash and loud to overcompensate for just how uncertain they might be feeling deep down. Then, of course, on top of that already huge mountain, romantic feelings get thrown into the mix as well. Sure, in the grand scheme of things, high school romances are usually just tiny, almost insignificant footnotes in the stories of our lives. But obviously, they don't feel like it at the time. When you're right there, living through that part of your life without the benefit of hindsight that comes later, your high school crush can feel like the very center of the entire universe. Being introduced to and surrounded by more people than ever, more than any previous stage of schooling, means that romantic feelings usually have a higher likelihood of developing and are made more prominent by the whole other whirlwind of things that high school brings with it. Case in point, Ellie was having this exact problem. For as long as she could remember, she had never really got people. They were confusing, complicated, and completely unpredictable. Usually, they frustrated Ellie, which made it hard for her to talk to most of her classmates, especially if she didn't already know them that well. The common ground could sometimes make it a little easier. It helped break the ice, but finding those shared interests or similarities was often harder than just spending time on her own. Then came along Marcus, or Marky, as Ellie heard he preferred to be called. On the first day of the semester, she had been placed in a new math class. The second Marky came walking through the door. She immediately found herself unable to keep her eyes off him, especially because he ended up taking the seat directly in front of hers, meaning he was always filling up most of her view when she looked straight ahead. Despite looking like a skater type, from what Ellie observed, Marky was pretty sharp. She was no slouch herself, usually noting down correct answers a few moments before whoever the teacher called on. Whenever Marky was called on, he also had the exact right solution to whatever problem or equation the rest of the class was probably still struggling to keep up with. Despite knowing very little about him, Ellie couldn't help feeling a certain new and unfamiliar way towards this particular classmate. It was like they were both operating at the same speed, on identical wavelengths. If only she knew more about him. and it was during class that Ellie had an idea about how she could get to know him better, but without the awkward, uncomfortable interactions that came from slipping about on the ice rather than breaking it. She could use the doll. Sure, she had been mulling it over, toying with the possibility for a while, but wasn't certain that it was right for her to follow that course of action. But as the days turned into weeks, getting deeper and deeper into the semester brought with it the possibility that another girl would catch Marky's attention the way he had caught Ellie's. Just the thought of that alone made her want to cry. She couldn't bear to see it become reality. One day in class, her chance presented itself on what had been an unusually hot day. The scorching heat outdoors was causing all the students to groan in discomfort, barely able to acknowledge anything other than the high temperature. Meanwhile, all the teachers could possibly do was open up the windows to counteract the relentless weather, but it was nothing more than a futile gesture. Sitting down in front of Ellie, Marky shrugged off the denim jacket he always wore, leaving it to hang over the back of his chair. Her eyes honed in on what she needed. Clinging to the surface of the acid-washed material was a single strand of black hair. She knew she had to pick her moment carefully. If the teacher, or any of the other students in the class, or worst of all, Marky himself saw what she was doing, it would look beyond weird. Leaning forward on her desk as subtly as she could, Ellie slowly reached forward. Her fingers wouldn't reach. The back of Marky's chair was just an inch or two further than her arms extended. Ellie felt her heart stop for a split second as her crush moved in his chair, the shift causing the jacket to move and the strand of his hair dropped, almost falling out of sight. Sighing with relief as silently as she could, when she saw the black streak manage to stay attached to the denim, Ellie fished a pen out from inside her pencil case. Leaning forward again, she delicately lifted the pointed tip of her pen, hooking the hair onto it. Pulling it back towards her before anyone saw, she covered it with her hand, both to hide what she had done and to stop the precious hair from being caught by the warm, humid breeze pouring through the open windows. Gently, she placed the one missing component she needed into a clean tissue, which she then folded 4 times and kept in her jacket, constantly checking throughout the day to make sure it was still there. On more than one of those quick spot checks, Ellie felt her heart plummet downwards for a second when she couldn't immediately feel the tissue in her pocket, only to calm down a second later to realize it was still there, with its precious contents inside too. The rest of the day she felt tense, drumming her fingers together in impatience, every hour feeling like it would go on forever. It was just a case of waiting out the day until that final bell rung. The moment she was able, she rushed away from the school, walking home as quickly as she possibly could, one hand in her pocket to keep the hair secure. Ellie was lucky enough, or unlucky depending on your view, to live in the same town as her school, and not too far away to need the bus. She could make her way there on foot in pretty decent time. Normally the buses from the school would pass her as she walked. Looking up, she saw one of the huge yellow vehicles driving down the street, and a familiar face sat at a window seat, Marky. Seeing him, Ellie quickened her pace, speed-walking home. The moment she unlocked the front door and closed it behind her, she threw off her backpack and raced upstairs to her bedroom. She knew exactly where she'd left it. As she flipped on her lamp, it was laying there on the desk ready for her, the Knotty Stalker. The tiny doll was made of one single knitted string, with a pair of shiny onyx beads against the red of its face in the place of eyes. Ellie had come across the little oddity in a box of her grandmother's things. Although she never knew her all that well after she had died, Ellie's mom had gone to clear her house up and came back with a few boxes full of keepsakes. "These are all your grandma's things I couldn't sell or think of what to do with," her mother explained, offering her the cardboard box. "If you can pick out anything that you like, it's yours, Elle. I'm sure Grandma wouldn't mind." Looking inside, there wasn't much save for a few old clothes, knickknacks, souvenirs, and trinkets that were mostly all broken, or the odd piece of jewelry that looked too worn out and rusted to wear. But right at the bottom was the doll. It was wrapped up in a crumpled piece of paper that might have been clear white at some point, but had changed shades with age. Unfolding it, Ellie read the message inscribed on one side. "Congratulations on your purchase of a genuine Knotty Stalker. Do you love someone but they won't give you the time of day? Do you wish you could hear what they say about you behind their back? Well, wonder no more. Using this fantabulous product, you can keep track of your loved one's every move and their every word. All you have to do is get a single hair from the head of the object of your desires, slip it under a loose string on our Knotty Stalker, and see what you're missing. Another wonderful product, brought to you by the factory. Now that same crumpled note was in Ellie's hands, her eyes scanning over the instructions a final time to make sure she knew exactly what to do. She didn't much care for the name of it though, Knotty Stalker. The latter word had a very negative connotation. What she was doing here wasn't stalking, Ellie told herself. She just wanted an easier way to learn about Marky. Surely there wouldn't be anything wrong with that. Pulling the tissue from her pocket, she carefully lay it flat on the desk and unfolded it. The hair was still there, secured between the thin folded paper. Delicately holding it between her finger and thumb, Ellie held the dark strand of Marky's hair in the light of her desk lamp. She treated it as gently as she could, making sure not to break the hair, worried that the doll might not work if it snapped. Taking great care, she slipped it through one of the loops in the Knotty Stalker's string. For a moment, nothing happened. The doll just lay there on the wooden surface of the desk. It was completely still, not showing even the slightest hint of any change. Feeling the worry building more and more, her heart drumming against her chest so loud that she could practically hear it, Ellie started frantically looking back over the instructions in case she had somehow missed a step. She had no idea what was meant to happen, or even what she'd been expecting, but she was starting to think that this doll might have just been an oddity from an old toy store that marketed them to children by promising things that weren't actually possible. "See you later, guys," a tiny little voice came from the desk, causing Ellie's heart to lurch in shock. The doll was standing upright on the wooden surface. Only seconds before, it had been lying flat on its back. As if by its own accord, the little knitted figure was upright, like it was a living thing. And it wasn't just standing. Its arm was waving and its chest was even gently undulating to mimic the motion of breathing. The Knotty Stalker kept waving a moment, only to drop its head forward and make an exhaling motion that seemed to be a sigh. "I really wish they wouldn't keep calling me Marky," the same voice spoke up again, this time more clearly coming from the doll. Ellie watched it closer, transfixed with utter fascination. She was aware of the concept of a voodoo doll, a mystical charm that contained a person's hair affixed to a crude figure in order to influence them through magic. This doll seemed much the same, except it was mimicking Marcus's every move. Ellie had overheard him talking to some of his friends in the corridors at school once, talking about home. He lived in the next town over, and the bus must have only just arrived there, because now the doll was walking on the spot, the same heavy-limbed, tired walk home after a long, strenuous day at school. She recognized the walk. It was the same one she did when she made her own way back to her mom's house. For the rest of the night, Ellie didn't take her eyes off the Knotty Stalker, watching as it streamed Marcus's actions to her live. She watched in real time as he arrived home, sat and did his homework, and went back downstairs to eat dinner. All the while, Ellie was neglecting to do those same things herself. At one point in the night, the doll started dancing around, singing into something invisible in its hand. It made Ellie smile uncontrollably to watch. She had figured out that Marcus was now playing some music through a pair of headphones or a speaker and singing along in a hairbrush, dancing like no one was watching. The kind of thing that almost everyone does when they're alone, but never admits to. Turning to her computer, keeping one eye on the doll, refusing to stop watching it even in her peripheral vision, Ellie typed the lyrics it was singing into a search engine. Immediately, pages worth of results came up for the song and the band that had sung it. They weren't a group that she had heard of or listened to before, but it was Friday. She had all weekend. Using her mom's card, Ellie ordered herself a t-shirt with the band's name on it. Premium delivery meant it would be there before school next week. On Monday, she showed up at the school wearing the new shirt. It was a few sizes too big, but that meant that the band's logo printed on the front was bigger and harder to miss. Ellie had spent almost her whole weekend watching the doll as it mimicked Marcus's movements. He hadn't done much but play video games and go to the skate park, but she made sure she knew what he was doing. Anytime she wasn't watching, she was listening to the music he liked, getting familiar with it to prepare herself for what was about to happen, as if she had been studying to get ready for a test. Somehow, striding through the corridors full of students milling about first thing in the morning, Ellie felt more confident than ever. "Hey, Marcus," she greeted. spotting her crush rummaging around in his locker and walking straight up to him. Hey, he paused, looking over her for what felt like the first time. You're, sorry, we have class together, right? Math, yeah, she replied, surprising herself at how quickly she'd recovered from the blow that he didn't even know her name. I'm Ellie, I sit right behind you. Right. Marcus smiled. You don't have to use my full name, everyone just calls me Marky around here. But you don't like that nickname, I can tell. Ellie shot him a smile, trying to do her best mysterious voice. How can you tell? He asked. Don't tell anyone? She leaned forward and whispered, but I'm kind of psychic. They both laughed and Ellie caught Marcus's eye reading the band name on her shirt. Hey, I had no idea that you were a Parallel Lunatics fan, he remarked. That's my favorite band. Well, I just started listening to them, Ellie replied. Maybe you could recommend me some more of their albums? Suddenly the school bell sounded, interrupting their conversation with a reminder that the day had to start. Waving goodbye and heading to class, Ellie was unable to stop herself from smiling now that her way in had worked. For the rest of the week, she kept relying on the doll. Every moment she wasn't in class, she was holding it to her ear, listening to Marcus's half of every conversation. The more she did, the more she learned about him, what music he liked, where he was thinking of going to college, and what he wanted to study there. Every time she passed him in the hallway, she'd give him a smile and wave, just to remind him that she was there. It was a long game, but she hoped it would end in the way she wanted. 9 days had passed since she started using the doll, and that's when it started to become somewhat unreliable. Over the weekend, it had been moving as though Marcus was at the skate park again, but when Ellie approached him to ask how his weekend was and if he'd enjoyed going skating, he looked at her with confusion. Marcus said he'd been visiting his dad that weekend and didn't have any time to go anywhere near the skate park. But that one inaccuracy was nothing compared to what she heard the doll say next. Still using it to listen in on Marcus's conversations, the naughty stalker had started relaying words that made her heart shatter into 1,000 fragments. She overheard him talking to a friend about her, saying horrible things, like how he thought she was weird and that she had clearly listened to Parallel Lunatics just to get his attention. Worst of all was when Ellie heard Marcus say through the doll that he would never want to date a girl like her. She was heartbroken, tears streaming down her face as she hid in the toilet cubicle during lunch break. Sniffling, wiping her eyes in her baggy band t-shirt, Ellie felt her sadness turning into a wave of rising anger. Throwing the door open, she marched out of the bathroom and started searching the school for Marcus. How could you say those things about me? She yelled furiously when she found him sitting on the window ledge halfway up a stairwell. Huh? He mumbled, lifting up his headphones, instantly noticing that she seemed upset. Hey, Ellie, are you okay? You're a jerk, she screamed, almost choking on sobs that threatened to come bursting out in a flood of tears. Why were you saying horrible stuff about me? What are you talking about? Marcus asked, his face looking utterly confused. Don't play dumb. You said I thought I was weird and that you never date someone like me. Whoa, Ellie, I don't know who told you that, but that's not true. I mean, I don't know you all that well, but I never say anything like... He tried to reply. Liar! She cut him off with another yell. I heard you. I was listening to every word. What do you mean you were listening? The confusion on Marcus's face quickly turned to concern. In his mind, he was quickly putting two and two together. The band shirt, the question about the skate park. Have you been following me? Instantly, Ellie felt her stomach flip, her anger partially dissipating and replaced with fear. No, it's not like that, she said, trying to ease his look of obvious alarm. I just wanted to know more about you, and now I do. What the hell does that mean? Marcus asked, sounding almost frightened. I know everything about you. Ellie started stepping closer, thinking if she went in for a hug that might calm them both down. I know all your favorite music, what you like to do for fun. I wanted to know because I really like you, but I didn't know how to talk to you. Stay away from me. Instinctively, Marcus's arm, reacting to her getting too close, pushed Ellie backwards. Behind her was nothing but a sharp drop and a flight of concrete steps. With a scream, she tumbled backward, her body barreling down the stairs until her head hit the ground at the bottom of the last stair, giving a sickening crack as her neck broke. Teachers could barely hold back the students that came crowding out, trying to get a better look as the paramedics came to take Ellie away. As they lifted her body onto a stretcher, nobody noticed something fall out of her pocket. An unused Knotty Stalker doll. A brand new instance of SCP-693. Violent chaos unfolds across the shoreline. Huge fleshy tendrils slither out of the water, grabbing people who try to flee and drag them into the depths, as giant harpoons made of bone whiz across the beach, cutting down unfortunate sunbathers in droves. It is a terrifying massacre, but you'd never in a million years be able to guess its source. On April 10th, 2010, something strange began to happen in the three Portlands. Now, the anomalous extra-dimensional city-state that overlaps with the locations of Portland, Oregon, Portland, Maine, and the Isle of Portland is no stranger to unusual occurrences. So it took the population a little while to notice that something was happening. But for some unknown reason, sailboats and motorboats were beginning to vanish from the city. The disappearances occurred overnight when there was no one around to witness them, but slowly, the citizens began to notice that their friends and family members were going out in their watercrafts and never returning home. By April 15th, the civilians were becoming noticeably concerned, fearing the worst. On April 16th, their worst fears were confirmed when two local ghosts, Ankar Ahmed and Greg Moore, went for a nighttime stroll along the harbor. They heard a sudden commotion and rushed to the scene of the disturbance. They arrived just in time to see a living individual being dragged into the watery depths by a large, vein-like tendril. Ahmed asked Greg to wait on land while he ventured out into the water to look for the victim. Unfortunately, Ahmed never came back, and Greg took his story to the Three Portlands Police Department. After waiting a few days for the local man-eating clam populace to migrate, the FBI Unusual Incidents Unit mounted a formal investigation. On the morning of April 17th, all of the missing vehicles suddenly reappeared. This left the UIU and the people of the city with even more questions. Where had all the boats gone? Why were they suddenly back? And what had happened to the missing people who had not been returned along with them? On April 19th, UIU agents dove into the harbor to search for any unusual activity, and while they didn't spot anything especially strange, they did discover that there were fewer animals in the harbor than usual. On April 21st, the threat that had been preying on the citizens of Three Portlands actually made itself known. At 11:19 a.m., 17 boats moved away from the docks on their own, drifting up onto shore, though no one could be seen captaining any of them. As the boats lined up, they began to form a wall blocking access to the water. No one could get in or out. Civilians watched in shock as the boats began to warp and change before their eyes, growing thick masses of scales on their surfaces, sprouting harpoon guns that fired bony projectiles, and slashing veiny tendrils at anyone within reach. The citizens began to panic, running in every direction in an attempt to escape the monstrous boats. But they were too slow to evade the attacks, and the boats snatched them off of the shore and yanked them aboard, using their harpoons to impale those who managed to run farther than the tendrils could stretch. As the army of fleshy boats closed in around the shore, a tugboat broke through the surface of the water. Unlike the rest of the boats, it had a noticeable hole in its hull and was missing its wheelhouse. At an unnaturally quick pace, the tugboat began to advance onto land, using its tendrils to drag itself along the shore and into the more populous part of town. It grabbed civilians at random, absorbing their blood into its metallic surface as it went. Suddenly, it spotted Albert Izzat, a noted member of the Church of the Broken God, and began to focus its attack on him. But before the tugboat monster could reach Izzat, a city security golem interfered. Sadly, though the golem put up a valiant fight, the anomaly was able to destroy it by falling onto it again and again until the golem was no longer able to get back up. There are few creatures that would survive having a boat drop itself on top of them repeatedly, and sadly the security golem was not one of them. With the golem out of the way, the boat continued to drag itself through the streets wildly, crashing through the side of a local restaurant where its owner, an entity known as the Gruel, was in the middle of a busy brunch service. At the sight of the invading watercraft, the Gruel set down his pitcher of bottomless mimosas, wiped his hands on his apron, and grabbed his trusty dual-wield swords from underneath the counter. He kept them there in case someone attempted to dine and dash, but he figured they would do just fine against a blood-drinking tugboat. While the Gruul kept the tugboat busy, UIU forces were able to break through the barricade of boats for a brief period of time, allowing more security golems to enter the area, as well as allowing more citizens to escape. Unfortunately, this little victory was short-lived as further unforeseen horrors drudged themselves up from the deep. The reanimated corpses of various species native to the harbor began to crawl out of the water, surrounding the Gruul and allowing the tugboat to escape the fight. As it made its way back to the harbor, every boat it passed attempted to toss bodies onto the tugboat, covering it in fresh blood. Slowly but surely, the damage to the tugboat began to repair itself. Once the boat had regained its strength, it set its sights on a previously untouched cargo ship. An observing UIU officer determined that the boat was somehow attempting to convert the cargo ship to transform it into another one of its fleshy allies. But before the transformation could take place, a cargo crate broke open, spilling over 1,000 hardtack crackers. Suddenly, the tugboat stopped everything that it was doing. It took one tendril and began to count each individual cracker that had spilled out. While the tugboat was distracted with its task, a citizen offered the UIU use of their rare metals cannonball collection in the fight to apprehend the aggressive boat. One particular cannonball, made from electrum, was able to puncture the hull of one of the infected ships, rendering it motionless. They were elated to have found a weapon that worked against these boats. While the tugboat continued to count, the remaining townspeople gathered all of the electrum they could find and began to fight back against the boats. One by one, the boats sank, and all the while the tugboat continued to count. In the meantime, UIU officers managed to free the Gruul from his zombie attackers. They presented him with an electrum cannonball, which he proceeded to punch finger holes into and wield like a bowling ball. Then the Gruul had a score to settle. No one, whether human, ghost, or tugboat, was going to mess with his brunch. The Gruul barreled towards the harbor, grabbed hold of the still distracted tugboat, and punched it hard with his cannonball fist. If the tugboat could breathe, the punch would have knocked the air out of its lungs. The Gruul then threw the tugboat out of the water and continued the savage beating before preparing to destroy the battered vehicle once and for all. He lifted it up into the air, jumped up to follow it, and hit it with so much force that the tugboat careened through the air, colliding with a portal that had transported it to the Isle of Portland. Luckily, this portal could only be unlocked via a high-speed impact from a water-based vehicle. Speaking of luck, an SCP Foundation team was returning to the Isle from a failed mission just as the anomalous boat appeared in their reality. The object was knocked unconscious by the impact of its travel and the beating from the Gruul, and in its incapacitated state, it was transported to a nearby Foundation site. There it was contained and given the designation of SCP-6426. Due to its anomalous traits, including the consumption of blood, a talent for hypnosis, and a compulsive counting habit, it was also given the nickname the Vampire Boat. SCP-6426 is a Keter-class sapient hostile entity that, in an inactive state, bears the appearance of a harbor tugboat in a constant state of rust and degradation. Any blood or organs containing blood that come into contact with the boat will be absorbed through the metal, causing the degradation to visibly improve as a result. The most effective blood appears to come from humans, cetaceans, and a few specific species of cetaceans. The entity does not only use the absorbed blood to improve its appearance, but is also capable of using it to create organic additions to its body, including the vein-like tendrils spotted in the 3 Portlands, cognitohazardous eyes attached to bending eye stalks, harpoon guns, and cannons capable of firing ammunition made from anomalous species of barnacles. These barnacles are capable of reanimating dead tissue on contact, and SCP-6426 frequently uses them to create instances of SCP-6426-C, masses of reanimated tissue that the boat uses to aid in its attacks or self-defense. SCP-6426 uses its tendrils to grab prey and drag them towards itself, but the tendrils serve an additional purpose as well. Each of the tendrils has a mouth on the tip, similar in structure to that of the North American medicinal leech. When the tendril has made contact with its prey, the mouth will then bite into the spinal column of the creature, causing its brain function to cease as its canines grow long and hollow. Hard scales form on their skin, and their muscle mass and bone density increase. Once they have been transformed in this way, organisms taken by SCP-6426 are designated SCP-6426-A. These instances are used to the entity's advantage, helping it to extract blood from victims at a distance, as well as providing an additional line of defense and offense. In the event that SCP-6426 encounters another watercraft, it is able to use SCP-6426-A to convert the vehicle into an instance of SCP-6426-B. These converted boats are similar to SCP-6426 and are able to function on their own. However, they are unable to produce their own eye stalks or cannons, unable to create SCP-6426-A instances, and do not appear to be as intelligent as their creator. In the early days of its containment, the exact nature of the anomaly's intelligence was the subject of debate amongst the research staff. However, on one specific occasion, the Foundation was able to establish a line of direct communication with SCP-6426 and conduct the first, and so far the only, interview with the vampiric tugboat. The inciting incident occurred when the arrival of the Foundation's latest hardtack shipment was delayed, leaving the boat with nothing to count and nothing to keep it occupied. Freed from the bounds of counting, it managed to escape and grab hold of several Foundation staff members with its tendrils. After chasing the boat through the site, guards were able to corner it, prompting the boat to absorb the bodies it had taken and use the organic material to produce a siren that emitted the sound of a human voice. It is through this siren that SCP-6426 responded to interview questions, using the voice of one of its victims. Junior researcher Sajad Williamson, in spite of his protests, was selected to conduct the interview. His fellow staff members refused to take no for an answer, and as the newest hire, the unpleasant job fell on his shoulders. Much to everyone's surprise, the anomaly began the conversation rather politely, saying, "I am so sorry. I thought you were those self-righteous lunatics from the church. I apologize profusely for any trouble I may have caused, and I want to point out I fully support your mission. Yes, our first line of defense against the undersea menace. I am more than willing to punch sharks. Salacious, yes, right. How rude of me, yes." Dr. Williamson's first question concerned SCP-6426's apparent intended victim back in 3 Portlands, Albert Izzat. SCP-6426 responded, "Albert? His first name is really Albert." "Well, what other relationship is there to say besides the hunter and the hunted? Admiral Izzat is a ruthless man, known for terrorizing and slaughtering people like me. He was leading a search party of those barbaric notophiles, intending to gut me like a seal." "What do you mean, people like you?" Dr. Williamson inquired. "Free thinkers, of course. People who are unafraid to break from the mold to carve their own path in life instead of following the predetermined route set by that ignorant check valve. The church is built upon a foundation of lies. No one's really a petty officer on this ship. We're all just cabin boys, stumbling around in the dark as we follow the commands of an offhand COB. If you want real power, real freedom, all you have to do is listen for the call of the beast. Open the porthole and he'll squeeze you right through." Dr. Williamson, feeling rather in over his head, attempted to convince one of his colleagues to take over. When he refused, however, Dr. Williamson continued, "Could you explicate your activities within the harbor and how you arrived there?" "Well, after I got the boatswains off my trail, I found a cave to hide in. I was forced to hide in, yes, forced to hide deep in the cave, which turned out to be a tunnel. Surprisingly, the tunnel led to some coastal community where I took refuge, licking my wounds in the safety of the depths as those zealots stalked the surface. I spent my time preparing, gathering the strength necessary to face them once more, until I was ambushed, assaulted within my hideout by a boatswain. I fought for my life as I was forced out into the open and descended upon by a manner of monsters and freaks, all this orchestrated by that scumbag Izzat. I was beaten within an inch of my life before. I'm not quite sure what happened after that. I believe I was knocked unconscious. You'll have to illuminate me on how I came to be in your custody. At this point, the interview began to veer in an odd direction. The boat expressed confusion about the nature of Williamson's questions, specifically how little they related to the subject of sharks and punching them. It was at this point that the site director sought guidance from the Multi-U department. A researcher there informed Williamson about the confusion. SCP-6426 had mistaken the SCP Foundation for another organization, the Shark Punching Center. Dr. Williamson resumed the interview, prepared to play along and keep the boat comfortable. Unfortunately, Williamson was a terrible liar. Yes, we are the Shark Punching Center. We will determine if you are a suitable candidate to carry out the mission, to search, punch, and contain salations. This verbal misstep caused SCP-6426 to become suspicious. After a moment, it pieced together the truth and began to throw itself against the wall in a desperate attempt to escape. It was apprehended by security guards, who impaled it with a naval ram and returned the watercraft to its containment cell. The exact reason for its apparent fear and hatred of the Foundation is currently unknown, and the boat has made no attempt to speak since. Currently, SCP-6426 is kept in a 39-meter by 39-meter by 50-meter containment chamber. Beneath the chamber, there is an artificial lava tube. The tugboat has a naval ram through its hull and engine, holding it in place. This ram is checked daily for signs of degradation, as it is the primary force keeping the anomaly immobile. If the ram is ever removed or damaged somehow, a failsafe system will activate, releasing 100 hardtack crackers and 2 pieces of electrum into the containment chamber. This is intended to keep the tugboat occupied until the naval rod can be replaced. If for some reason the naval rod fails and the boat runs out of hardtack to count, well, there will be nowhere on water or land that we can hide. The diver screams a silent scream as the giant squid's beak digs into his skin, its many grasping tentacles grabbing him and holding him in place. Nearby, his fellow divers are driven half-mad with terror as they see mysterious figures floating towards them through the murk, and strange Russian voices speaking in their heads. Nobody can help them. They're down too deep, too consumed by the darkness and the pressure of the sea. They're now at the mercy of whatever is inside the submarine. Beginning in the 1940s, with the dawn of nuclear weapons, the American government conducting the world's first atomic weapons test, and the Soviet Union responding in kind with nuclear testing of their own, the two powers entered an arms race fueled by rivalry and a thirst to prove their strength on the world stage. What followed were decades of staggering technological advancements, as each nation tried to outdo and intimidate the other. The Soviet Union crossed into the cold reaches of outer space, deploying the satellite Sputnik. The United States responded with the founding of NASA. Tensions reached a fever pitch during the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, as United States citizens feared they were teetering on the brink of nuclear war. In July of 1968, the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom, and the United States came together to sign the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, agreeing to abandon their pursuit of increasing nuclear power and turn their focus to disarmament. But several months before the treaty was signed, the Soviet government was dealing in weaponry far more dangerous than nuclear missiles, something the other world powers knew nothing about. These deadly secrets were hidden aboard a submarine known as SCP-741. SCP-741 is the underwater wreckage of a Soviet submarine that sank in March of 1968 and came into the custody of the SCP Foundation in 1999. The submarine, a version of the Charlie II class, was deployed under unusual circumstances, which attracted the attention of the United States government. In an attempt to learn more about the submarine, the US government launched Project Redacted, which attempted to recover the vessel from the ocean in the early 1970s. They managed to recover a few pieces of the vessel, though the specifics are highly classified. In the late 1990s, the US government contacted the SCP Foundation, informing them of a possible Euclid or Keter-class anomaly in the wreck. At this point, it passed into the custody and surveillance of the Foundation. The submarine is on the ocean floor, broken into 3 pieces. The hull was broken into bits during Project Redacted recovery attempt. but was largely intact when it first sank except for two holes, one just in front of the sail and one just below the starboard missile tubes. Apparently, the vessel sank rapidly due to flooding after an enemy missile strike, which occurred while it was surfacing. Though all parts of the submarine are accounted for, no members of the crew have been located. Additionally, none of the emergency escape equipment on board has been used, raising further questions about what became of the crew. Wherever they went, they seem to have left something behind. Whenever divers are sent down to investigate the wreckage, they report experiencing anomalous currents and strange sea life, and hearing moans, disembodied voices, and incoherent whispering. They also report seeing blurry, faintly glowing figures. Additionally, the ocean life in the area is unnaturally aggressive, particularly large squid and sharks. This effect was first noted during a manned expedition into the waters around the wreckage, described in Incident Report 1741-A. Divers A-26 through A-30 embarked from the icebreaker Yamal into the waters below with the intention of studying the potential anomalous activity surrounding the wreckage. As the group of divers approached the submarine, they could feel the shift in the water around them, the oppressive feeling of abnormally increasing pressure bearing down and threatening to crush them. If their specialized diving equipment were to fail, they knew that that would be it, and the command would have to come and fish their corpses out of the water. Or even worse, they would vanish entirely, meeting the same mysterious fate as the crew of that doomed submarine. But they couldn't fixate on that. They had a job to do. At first glance, the wreckage appeared undisturbed, unchanged since the previous inspection. Still, they needed to take a closer look to be sure. As the team got closer to the vessel, A-30 was startled by the sight of movement from within the wreckage, spotting motion through one of the holes in the structure as something passed by. He pointed it out to his colleagues, but they dismissed it as likely a giant isopod or spider crab, which were crawling all over the surrounding area. A-30 laughed off his jumpiness, agreed that they were probably right, and continued the exploration as planned. Control authorized the divers to proceed to the next step, and A-29 activated sonar and lights, moving toward the starboard side breach. There, a faint glowing caught his eye. The glow resembled that of radioactive material, but when the team checked the radiation levels in the area, they remained stable. Whatever the source of the glow was, it wasn't radioactive. At this point, his neutron counter began to register something, and all of a sudden, a disembodied voice could be heard saying, "Vasily Yevgeny, can you hear me?" The voice was muffled, and though it could be heard over their communication channels, it emanated from somewhere in the wreckage, deep, deep underwater. As A-29 watched, a glowing shape emerged from the darkness. It was only an outline, the suggestion of a silhouette, but the shape was undeniably familiar. It looked like a person. The other divers quickly noted the apparition too and began to panic. Some checked their nitrogen levels, believing it to be some sort of nitrogen narcosis, while others pointed out that they couldn't all be suffering from nitrogen narcosis at the same time. The unknown voice continued speaking, saying, "Help me, it is getting hard to breathe." The divers debated what to do next, questioning whether what they were seeing was even real, when all at once, the humanoid figure vanished from sight. The divers attempted to shake off the startling encounter, and they resumed their duties, the investigation proceeding as normal. After a few moments of uneventful work, another interruption presented itself in the form of a 5-meter-long squid swimming around the wreckage. Its presence startled the divers at first, particularly those closest to the animal, but the others encouraged them to ignore it, citing the fact that there are no records of these squid attacking humans. So they did, continuing their work as the squids circled them with apparent curiosity. A-27 spotted an unusual shell below the wreckage, notably large and difficult to identify, and Control requested that they bring it up to the surface for further inspection by a marine biologist. The diver began attaching haul cables to the shell as the squid crept closer and closer. All of a sudden, A-26 screamed, and there was a sudden bloom of blood in the water. The squid, despite it being uncharacteristic behavior for its species, attacked the diver, biting him savagely. Prompted by cries for help from the diving team, Control began to reel A-26 back towards the surface, proceeding slowly to give him decompression time, and the squid took advantage of the slow retreat. It chased after the diver, grabbing hold of him and biting down again, tearing away at him as it gripped him in its tentacles. Still, Control continued reeling him in, hoping to free him from the squid's grasp as they yanked him to the surface. The other divers were ordered to get themselves out of there as fast as possible, an order they gladly obeyed. As they swam back to the surface, A30 saw something else moving in the depths. He couldn't make out what it was, but the sight of it gave him a sick feeling of dread deep in the pit of his stomach. The 4 divers were recovered alive, along with the shell. Examination of the shell indicated that it resembled that of the extinct orthoconic nautiloids, but it was not fossilized. It was taken for further study, given the possible implication of extinct species anomalously manifesting in the vicinity of SCP-714. Diver A26 lost a limb and was exposed to an unknown venom via bites from the attacking squid. His camera was destroyed in the process. As squid are not known to attack humans unprovoked, this behavior has been attributed to the influence of SCP-741, though the exact link between the two is yet to be determined. An anomalous pressure gradient surrounds the wreck with a radius of approximately 250 meters, starting around the center of the submarine. The pressure in this area is much greater than it should be, given the depth of the waters there. This unusually high pressure makes sonar analysis extremely difficult, as well as threatening the safety of any divers in the vicinity of the wreck. The few records that the Foundation has managed to obtain from the Russian and US governments indicate that the submarine was being used to transport some sort of secret cargo. Though the specifics of this cargo are still unknown, there is reason to believe that it differed from any type of nuclear or chemical weaponry. On a date redacted from official files, the SCPS Basisti was patrolling the area around SCP-741 when its sonar detected some unknown entity approaching SCP-741 from the south at a pace of 46 knots. The crew compared the acoustic signature of the contact with known submarines and torpedoes, but could not find a match. The Basisti attempted to reach the contact via sonobuoy drops and active sonar pings, but it did not respond. When the contact crossed into the total underwater exclusion zone, it became classified as hostile. At that point, the sonar recorded sounds of an undersea missile launch, and Basisti responded with the utmost urgency. The ship broke away from its original area and fired a Type 53 torpedo at the underwater threat. 15 seconds after the Basisti launched its torpedo, missiles of an unidentified configuration were seen breaking the water, flying at a height of 1.8 meters and a velocity of 0.92 Mach. The missiles did not emit any detectable radar, nor did they respond to any launch chaff or flares from the Basisti. Both of the missiles were engaged by Basisti's 3KN-5 Kinsul surface-to-air missiles and Kashtan point defense systems, and were destroyed at 1,800 meters and 210 meters from impact, respectively. After the missiles were neutralized, the hostile vessel could be heard engaging in evasive maneuvers. At this point, there were 4 closely spaced explosions and the sound of a submarine disintegrating. The identity of the attacker, as well as its intention toward SCP-741, have not yet been determined. The incident resulted in the Foundation research team suggesting an expansion of the acoustic sensor net, as well as additional patrol and defense assets placed in the area. Additionally, they advised an acquisition of undersea retaliatory capability. The incident was classified Incident 1741-C. The sonar recordings from the SCPS Basisti during Incident 1741-C were taken for further analysis by the research team. The in-depth review revealed anomalous acoustic signatures that did not match up with any known forms of propulsion, including magneto-hydrodynamic drive. Currently, the nature of the unidentified attacker remains a mystery, and it has not been attributed to any particular government or organization. Following the incident involving the SCPS Basisti, an American intelligence agent reached out to the Foundation, offering further insight into the secretive government programs looking into SCP-741. He agreed to sit for an interview with a Foundation researcher assigned to the project, on the condition that his identity remain protected. The SCP researcher's name is absent from the official file as well. The 2 men sat in a Foundation interview room, and the interviewer asked his informant why he chose to come forward, given the US government had simply chosen to sit on this information for 30 years. You've seen those reports. Project Redacted. Now, we know that part too. How the directors didn't make the connection is beyond me. That and the stuff the Redacted pulled up? Yeah, the other part you don't hear about is what some of the research team died of. And the crewmen we buried? Just uniforms. Also, the nuclear device we recovered wasn't a missile or torpedo warhead. It was a demolition charge. Does that make any sense? After all those clues, I had to come forward. Why the directorate didn't is something I can't fully explain. This particular statement puzzled the Foundation researcher, raising questions he hadn't anticipated. Only uniforms? Did this mean that the sub had been unmanned? The informant replied, No, not unmanned. There were no bodies, but personal effects were everywhere, along with uniforms. There was some blood, human. Before you ask, on one of the torpedoes and a bit of skin where somebody probably crushed his hand loading the thing. Just no bodies left. When I first looked into all this, I had no clue what the hell had gone on down there, but I started putting things together. The Foundation agent began to speculate based on the mounting evidence. Could it have been a Soviet weapons program? A deadly biological agent of some kind? No, it wasn't that. I thought maybe it could have been, so I dialed up some of my contacts at Biopreparant. Us spies wind up owing each other favors after a while, and they denied it vehemently. Not your usual cover-up baloney either. They clearly stated that whatever the sub was carrying, it wasn't theirs. They wanted no part of it. Sounded like he was gonna puke when I mentioned redacted. Doctor, do you have any idea what it takes to make a bioweapons researcher sick? Now that wasn't what really bugged me though. What really kept me awake at night was the KGB file that fell into our hands. They mentioned a covert op by the Soviet military against an internal unnamed faction to get rid of a, quote, terrifying weapons that even the Soviet Union can't safely control. They wanted to lose it, whatever it was, or maybe fob it off onto the US. Of course, that all came to light right before the Iron Curtain fell, and given the atmosphere at the time, it was practically impossible to convince the directors that they weren't talking about nukes. And even once I did, they still didn't even think this was worthy of action. I mean, the redacted would probably have me hanged for treason if they ever find me, but it was worth the risk. And by what I can gather, sounds like Russia thinks so too, loaning you half the Pacific Fleet and all. The interview continued after this point, but the rest of the conversation was considered irrelevant and stricken from the official file. The interview left the Foundation with more questions than answers, though they were more certain than ever that SCP-741 must be kept under strict containment procedures. Due to the object's location at the bottom of the sea, as well as the unusually elevated pressure around it, it is unlikely that many civilians will come into contact with it. However, as an extra protective measure, sonar and submersible monitoring is conducted on a periodic basis in order to verify that the wreckage has not been interfered with in any way. The Foundation contracted Russian warships, SCP Spasisty and Krasnoyarsk, has been selected for this purpose. If any unauthorized activity occurs in the area surrounding SCP-741, nuclear and conventional missiles may be deployed. Any movement of SCP-741 is grounds for an immediate nuclear strike. Whatever secrets SCP-741 holds, whatever it was transporting that was even more of an uncontrollable threat than nuclear warfare, they're better left alone down there, at the bottom of the sea.
What was that? A face? Just as quickly as I'd glimpsed it, it was gone. It was cold as death and twice as dark in here. Seriously, I'd never been anywhere so dark. It was more than just the absence of light. It was like walking through thick black water, only able to see inches in front of my face. Things moved slower than they should have. Every step I took further down towards some unknowable destination, the darker and colder it got. I found myself wondering, is this what dying feels like? Slipping down further into nothingness, step by step through darkness that never ends? It was a stairway, like Jacob's ladder, except instead of up to heaven, it was a one-way trip straight down. There was some distant, tinny whirring noise that I couldn't quite make out, the way things sound when you're drowning. I didn't know what possibility was scarier, that the steps just went on forever and I'd be walking until my bones turned to dust, or that something would be at the bottom, waiting for me in the dark. The deeper I got, the more I got this sense that the latter was true. The way you can feel yourself being watched or sense someone standing behind you. That evolutionary holdover from when humans still took part in the world of predators and prey, and we were not the predators. Some part of us is just built to know when true danger is lurking nearby, or down below, patient and hungry. I could feel its malice rising up the stairs towards me, the way people in a skyscraper catching fire can feel the heat coming up from below, and know it's already too late for them. For the first time, my eyes came into focus, and I made something out in the distance. When I realized what it was, and worse, how strikingly familiar it was, all I could do was scream. That's when I woke up, drenched in sweat and relieved to see the darkness of the stairway replaced by bright morning lights shining in through my bedroom window. My brother Steve was standing there with a concerned look on his face. He told me I'd been screaming in my sleep and asked me if I'd been having that dream again. It made me feel like an idiot, but I had to nod and tell him, yes, it was the same one. This weird nightmare I've been having day after day, and despite it almost always being the same thing, it somehow never got any less frightening. There was no way to even describe the profound sense of dread I felt walking down those stairs and finally seeing what was waiting for me below, even though I could never actually remember what it was upon waking. Steve told me not to worry about it and toss some clothes onto my bed. He assured me that it was probably just final stress, seeing as we were a mere few months from graduating. I needed to be up and at 'em today. We were touring one of our first choice colleges. My brother and I had always been close. Even if we hadn't been fraternal twins, I think we still would have been best friends. All through elementary, middle, and high school, we were practically joined at the hip. So it only made sense that when we were getting close to graduation, we wanted to go to the same college. We'd be friends to the end, till we were old men on the porch in rocking chairs. It so happened that we were together in the end, just not in the way I'd hoped. The two of us arrived to check out the potential college a few hours later. It was a nice day out. The brightness of the sky and the lush greenery across campus quickly banished the bitter memories of that bad dream. High school hadn't exactly been a picnic for me. I'm the nervous type, if you couldn't already tell. Steve, who was the more outgoing and confident one, always looked out for me. He'd always been there whenever I was dealing with bullies or academic stress. But at college, I felt like I could reinvent myself and become the kind of person I'd always wanted to be. As we hopped from building to building across the tour, checking out the different facilities and attending a few sample lectures and seminars, I was only becoming more confident that college would be the place for me to finally bloom. It was perfect for me. But despite this college being exactly what I'd wanted in terms of lifestyle and academic pursuits, there was a certain stain on its reputation. If any university is around long enough, or any building at all for that matter, weird incidents are bound to accumulate. Some places have ghost or cryptid sightings. This college had disappearances, not just one or two. 6 different students and 1 janitor had disappeared from the campus. The people had nothing in common except for the fact that they frequented the college. Ages, races, genders, and majors varied across all the missing people, and none of them had known each other. No notes were given, no clues discovered, no remains ever found. A number of the cases are even still open today. It's a frightening thought that people can just drop off the face of the earth like that and never be found. There are over 500,000 missing person cases in the United States back in 2020 alone. It's more common than you think. Still, I comforted myself with the knowledge that thousands of new students came in and out of the college every year, and only a handful of disappearances. What were the chances that something bad would ever happen to me? Though, to be fair, every person who actually did disappear in their last moments thought, what are the chances something like this would happen to me too? We were several hours into the tour when the coffee Steve had on the way over finally caught up with him. He needed to go. Bad. So he asked our tour guide whether there was a bathroom anywhere around here. She told him that he could find one pretty easily on the ground floor of any administrative building nearby. In the meantime, we'd be making our way over to Lecture Hall 2B, so he could simply catch up with us there once he was done. Steve left, and I didn't think anything of it at the time. I was too wrapped up in the tour. It was only half an hour later, when we were finishing up and preparing to leave Lecture Hall 2B, that his absence from the group suddenly became a lot more noticeable. I started feeling nervous. He'd just gone to the bathroom. What could be taking so long? I ran through all the more rational explanations in my head. Maybe there was a long line. Maybe the bathroom was out of order when he got there and he needed to find another one. Maybe he got a little lost on the way there. Maybe he got a little lost on the way back. There were so many perfectly rational reasons he wasn't with us right now. But as the minutes dragged on, each one felt a little less likely, and a dark pit of dread began to form in my stomach. It wasn't long before I alerted the tour guide. Naturally, she tried to calm me down, saying how likely it is that he'd just gotten lost. Steve was a smart kid. He was thinking of going to this college after all, so he must be smart. There was a smattering of laughter from the tour group. Still, she put the word out to her fellow staff members, and the search began. Despite trying my best to avoid panicking, the stats about all those disappearances just kept flashing through my mind. What if we were the unlucky ones? What if Steve had actually disappeared just like the others and I'd never see him again? As the hours marched on and he still wasn't found, that was all I could think about. I didn't want to lose him. I tried calling his cell phone and texting him countless times but got no response. You can only imagine my relief when I suddenly got a call from him, though when I heard the content of the call, that relief quickly disappeared. The reception was patchy, and his voice had a strange echo to it, like he was somewhere deep and cavernous. There was this other noise in the background too, this strange tinny whine that felt oddly familiar. I only caught a few words from him before the call cut out. "The door! Stay away! It keeps going! Something down here! Don't come looking! Oh God!" If I was scared before, I was utterly mortified now. I couldn't just leave my brother in a situation like this, no matter what he told me to do. I had to find him somehow, I just had to. Nobody else seemed to take it seriously, but I somehow knew he was in the most terrible danger. That's when I decided to head to the one place I believed he would be, the administrative building. It was such an unremarkable little building, hardly the kind of place where you'd expect some terrible secret to be hiding. But dangerous things often hide in plain sight. Things like the door. It was one of those things from Steve's message that had stuck in my head. The door. Call it instinct, call it intuition, call it blind, dumb luck. But when I was standing in front of an average-looking door in that unremarkable administrative building, I knew I was staring at the exact door that my brother had been talking about. It radiated bad vibes. Dark energy was practically humming off of it, but I wouldn't let that stop me. Perhaps I was stupid, going in without help. While it's easy to criticize from the safety of your home, it's worth remembering we do silly things when we're afraid. And I mean, this was my brother we're talking about here. No one in the world was more important to me than him. No one. The second I entered the room beyond the door, something changed. It was like stepping into another world entirely. The air was thick and oppressive. The floor below me and the walls around me were ungodly cold. But most remarkable of all was the dark. Even my phone's flashlight at full power barely made a dent. I don't think I'd ever seen anything so truly impenetrably dark. Outside of a certain nightmare, anyway. That was when I finally realized where I was standing. At the top of the stairs. Those stairs. The stairs that had been haunting my restless sleep. A single winding stairwell down into the void. Every part of me wanted to run and scream and hide, but I couldn't. I knew that if it were me trapped down there, Steve wouldn't have hesitated. He would have charged down there and helped me. Now I had to do the same for him. After all, we all know that in real life there's no such thing as monsters, and how deep could a staircase really go anyway? That question was soon put to the test as I descended down into the pit. I counted 13 steps each time before reaching a small platform. There were strange markings and scratches on the wall the further I descended. Every footstep I took echoed on and on and on. I must have been walking for a solid 15 minutes, traveling impossibly deep, when I finally heard something else. I called out Steve's name, but quickly realized it wasn't him. It was a little girl, weeping, a few 100 feet below. I couldn't tell if she was afraid, in pain, or both, but hearing it put ice in my veins. What the hell was going on down there? Had whoever taken her taken Steve too? What exactly was I dealing with? These were the questions racing through my mind as I got deeper and deeper into the belly of the beast. Time ceased to matter as the flights went on and on beneath me, even descending into deeper, colder darkness. I was literally walking into my own nightmare, but seeing as the only alternative was leaving my brother to die down here, I couldn't do anything else. I was down countless flights of stairs when I finally saw him. He was a distant, pale speck, dithering and afraid. He was a full flight down from me. I was so happy to see him that at first I didn't even notice anything was wrong. But as I got closer, I began to realize that this wasn't the Steve I knew. The dread crept into me, spreading through every cell like a virus. I finally knew why I recognized it. It was the thing from my dreams. The monster whose appearance always brought those terrible nightmares to an end, but what did it mean to see it in real life? It was Steve's face, but it seemed larger and deathly pale. I froze, and as the face drew closer to me, I realized it had no irises, no pupils, no nostrils, and no mouth. It wasn't my brother. It looked like a terrible death-like mask modeled after him. I tried to scream as it appeared right in front of me, just as I had in my dreams, but it was too late. Long, gnarled fingers curled around my torso and crushed my ribs. It was a pain more intense than I thought possible, and soon even my vision went black. As I was dragged down to the darkness below, the last thought on my mind was, "Steve, I'm so sorry I couldn't save you. I couldn't even save myself."
Are you afraid of haunted houses? What about haunted castles, or prisons, or mental asylums? We've all seen or heard tales of terrible, tortured souls walking down long and lonely hallways, looking for people to pass their ancient pain onto. But what about something a lot more subtle? Perhaps as humble and unassuming as a cozy little woodshed. An adventurer named Kate would find that sometimes terrible things hide in simple places. With every step, twigs broke under the sole of her boot, their snaps echoing around the emptiness of the surrounding forest. Birds cawed down at her from their perches up above, a grave omen, a warning not to tread further. Well, at least to anyone who actually bought into all that superstitious stuff. Kat was far from a believer in that sort of thing, although at the same time, she had more than a passing interest in all things occult and unnatural. For her, it was less about the actual practice of certain things. The appeal was more about the stories that those practices inspired. Legends and myths, spooky tales of ghosts, or the dead rising from their graves, and of course, the magical mother of them all, witchcraft. Although her fascination with the inexplicable and macabre rarely, if ever, overlapped with her other big passion, hiking. Until, of course, today. She could trek anywhere and wanted to aim for everywhere, through sprawling national parks filled with vibrant greenery, up the sides of mountains, climbing up to the peaks, to across deserts, following the almost empty highways to get from one tiny rural town to the next. There was something about getting to not just know about the world, but to actively go and see it with her own two eyes, to actually be out there in it. That felt so right. On her current journey, Kate had taken herself on a long trail through the heart of the American Midwest, lugging a heavy pack over her shoulders, filled with her tent, sleeping bag, outdoor cooking supplies, and all manner of camping gear. She had set off following the winding path of the Patoka River, which ran around or adjacent to a few of the major cities in the state of Indiana. Kate was hoping to follow the flow of its main body of water all the way through to the city of Jasper. From there, it would be a straight shot over to the similarly named Patoka Lake, and after she had walked around the entire circumference of that, it would be a long hike east towards West Virginia, home of the Blue Ridge Mountains. Sure, it was one hell of an ambitious trip for one person traveling alone, but Kate liked to keep her journeys unencumbered. Having someone else coming with her would just slow her down, or they wouldn't be able to keep up with her at all. There's no fun at all in that. Stopping for the night, Kate lit herself a campfire. She had to make sure to keep it far enough from the trees to avoid starting any potential catastrophes, but also not too close to the wet bank of the Patoka, otherwise her kindling wouldn't catch alight. There were so many variables to consider for any aspiring camper. Sparks from the flint that she always took on her travels struck the dry twigs she had collected, and soon a gentle orange glow and wave of low heat were radiating from it. The fire provided Kate with just enough light to unfold and peg down her tent as the diminishing visibility of the dusk gave way to the encroaching nighttime darkness. Before getting comfortable in her sleeping bag, she put out her campfire using water from the Patoka, then zipped up the front of her tent, keeping a flimsy cloth barrier between herself and the local wildlife. Not everyone found it easy to sleep in the woods as Kate did. She couldn't remember a time when the noise of breaking twigs or the sounds of movement outside had ever kept her awake. Even now, the rustle of leaves and branches did little to disturb her, regardless of whether it was just the wind or something else moving through the bushes. Woken up by the sun rising, its warm light breaking through the trees, Kate readied herself to leave. She never stopped at the same place for more than one night, and rarely slept for any longer than she needed to. A nice 8-hour recharge of her energy reserves, and then it was back to the open road. After a quick breakfast, she packed up her single-person campsite, folded up her tent, and stuffed it back into her bag. Kate had been just about to leave when she noticed something was missing. Her compass. It had been in her backpack, which she kept in the tent with her all night. Quickly scanning the ground around her, she couldn't see it. Weird, but she figured she had obviously dropped it at some point during her hike and would have to pick up a new one when she got to Jasper. It didn't matter. She could just follow the Patoka River as planned, although it didn't quite sit easy with her the rest of the day's trek. She'd packed the compass. That she was absolutely certain of. After all, she knew it wasn't like her to leave it behind. But then again, Could she have forgotten it entirely? Over the next few hours, the question went round and round in Kate's head. As she walked along the bank of the river, silently starting to doubt herself, she drifted a little deeper into the woods, until out of the corner of her eye, she spotted something standing among the trees. It wasn't an animal or even a figure, but a structure. Spending so much time out in nature, anything man-made usually stuck out as an obvious, unignorable eyesore to Kate. She looked at it from a distance. It looked like an old house, isolated out in the woods, a short walk from the Patoka River. Checking the sky over her shoulder, Kate noticed it was getting late again, the daylight having gradually lowered while she had been wondering about why she had left her compass behind, or if it had been taken. Deciding to set up camp closer to the little house, she turned and headed in to inspect it closer. The place was far from the lap of modern luxury. Not that Kate couldn't live without running water or electricity for long stints of time, but it wasn't a house that had been built recently. Although she was no expert in either archaeology or architecture, Kate didn't think anyone had lived there for decades, possibly even centuries. It was almost medieval, a single room that was completely ramshackle, practically falling apart at the seams. Everywhere she looked, the wood that had originally been used to build it was either rotting away or had been broken into splintered remains. Plants from the forest had started growing through the floors and the walls, as if nature was trying to reclaim this spot of land where someone had once come to get away from the rest of the world. Sighing, Kat shook her head as she looked at the dilapidated house. There was no way even she could sleep there. It was too much of a safety risk. Parts of the ceiling could easily fall on her during the night if the wind picked up enough. Turning to leave, she stopped in her tracks as she noticed another structure, much smaller, behind the house. It had been so dwarfed in size by the slightly bigger building that it was completely obscured from view, but it looked to be in much better shape in terms of its structural integrity. It was a woodshed, its front door hanging lazily open. While not exactly brand new by anyone's standards, it was at least far more intact than the main house. Taking a few steps forward, Kate felt something like glass crunch under the heel of her boot. She scanned the floor, instinctively checking for any more so as to not injure herself. Even with the low amount of sunlight fading ever rapidly, it didn't look like more. Kicking her boot to loosen the shard, she made her way towards the woodshed, not noticing that what she'd been standing on had been a compass. Reaching the shed, she peered inside. It was pitch black within, almost as dark as the rest of the forest would be in a few minutes. Taking off her backpack and setting it down, she searched inside for her flashlight. Retrieving it and flipping on the switch, she looked back into the shed, and that was when she saw it. Taking a step back, Kat tripped over her bag, scrambling back up to her feet to make sure she had seen what she thought she had. It was just lying there, still and lifeless. For a split second, she hoped it was a trick of the light, just an old decaying lump of wood, but it wasn't. It was a body. The remains were charred, reduced to little more than bones some time ago. Even the ground next to it looked like it had been scorched, blackened by some intense fire damage. Kate's eyes were so transfixed on the burned mass of bones that a sudden sound startled her. Thunder growled above, immediately telling her she had little choice in what to do next. Her options were either she could sleep outdoors and get drenched by the rain and possibly catch hypothermia from being cold and wet, or she could spend a night in the cramped confines of this woodshed, which she would have to share with a long dead body. Walking back outside to retrieve her bag, she pulled out a ground sheet and used it to cover up the bones. It was a mostly sleepless night, and those were a rarity for Kate. Any sleep she did get was light, easily interrupted by as little as her own movements, and offered her no actual rest. But for the next few hours, she just lay awake on the wooden floor. It wasn't the sounds of rain drumming against the shed's ceiling, or the booming of thunderclaps that were keeping her awake. Thoughts of what she was going to do about the bones kept coming to the forefront of Kate's mind. Should she report it to the police when she got to Jasper? Was there even any point if she had no idea where on the map this abandoned place was? Frustrated, she tossed and turned, eventually sitting up as something made a sound. It was a low, creaking, rusty metal hinge, screeching for a lack of any oiling over the years. The door was open, swinging lazily in the decreasing winds, its lock having long since broken. Grumbling to herself, Kate reached for an old shovel that had been left in the shed and went to grab the open door. As her head poked out from the shed, she looked around. It was the middle of the night, nothing to be seen anywhere around. Yet, she couldn't escape the feeling she was being watched. Taking the shovel, she jammed it underneath the doorframe, keeping it closed. At last, there was quiet. Maybe now she'd be able to get some much-needed sleep, and she did. But that's when the nightmare started. The dream was bizarre, unlike anything Kate had ever experienced before. She instantly recognized the warm, flickering orange glow of a large fire before her. Naturally, she started to pace her way towards it, the fire's heat washing over her the closer she got. But as she approached, Kate noticed something moving amongst the flames. Arms flailed, trying desperately to extinguish the blaze, legs kicking and writhing, and that was on top of the screaming. Another figure was standing facing the bonfire, their back to Kate as she walked closer still. With every step, the sounds of insects buzzing could be heard getting louder and louder. But it wasn't until she stepped near enough that she saw where the noise was coming from. A swarm of bugs was darting through the air, hovering around the other figure. There were enough of the insects that they formed what looked like a cloak, every part of it moving and buzzing of its own accord. The whole nightmare was so vivid, Kate had no idea if it had been brought on by her exhaustion or that her mind was still fixated on the bones she'd found in the woodshed. Dehydration, lack of food, or even some other influence. It could have been any one of those factors that had caused her to dream a dream like this, or a combination of all of them. Nonetheless, she could feel the bugs tapping at her skin as she walked up to the other figure, still unable to see them clearly. The noise of insect wings whizzed past her ears louder than ever, loud enough to be real. Putting a hand on the figure's shoulder, Kate turned them around. It was a woman, or what was left of her. She had huge, gaping wounds left by something that had been cruelly buried in her face. Yet somehow, she was still standing, dead but also alive at the same time. The swarm of bugs around her moved with her body as she turned and faced Kate, a pair of glassy eyes staring at her. They were both blank, completely empty, each one missing its pupil. Opening her mouth, the woman let out a piercing, blood-curdling shriek. All around her, the sound of the bugs got louder, almost deafening, and as she screamed, so did Kate. Panting and shuddering, she bolted upright, shock racking her entire body, heart thudding against her ribcage. Instantly, the exact moment she woke up, Kate realized that feeling was back. She had spent so much of her time hiking through the woods on her own that she could tell when someone was watching her. In the dark, she fumbled for her flashlight and clicked it on to reveal the door was still jammed shut. Apart from her, there was no one else inside the shed, no one alive at least. Looking over her shoulder, she could see the bones behind her and immediately backed away from them, as far as she could in that tiny wooden hut. She had covered them before going to bed, she was certain of it, hadn't she? All of a sudden, Kate felt her skin start to itch, an intense, irritating feeling. She had experienced the effects of poison ivy and all sorts of plants that caused similar reactions, but this was easily 1,000 times worse. Her skin felt like it was burning. She scraped her fingernails down her exposed arm, trying to suppress the itching even for a moment, but it did nothing. She scratched at the other arm over and over again in one spot until her flesh was pink and raw. Still no change. Kate raked her nails over her own body, this time leaving a deep scratch trailing over her arm. Under the light of her torch, she'd realized that she'd drawn blood. She looked back at the bones in the scorched corner of the shed. The skull was facing straight towards her, hollowed-out eye sockets staring as empty as the pupilless eyes of the woman in her nightmare. It had done this. It must have done, she thought. Reaching towards the door, dropping her flashlight, she wrenched the shovel out from where she used it to wedge the entrance closed. She stood up, kicking her sleeping bag and backpack to the side. As hard as she could, desperate to make the itching stop, Kate brought the shovel downwards. The head of it snapped the already weakened floorboards of the shed, exposing the soft, dry earth beneath. Maybe if she buried those charred remains, whatever was happening to her would stop. Frantically, she started digging, hurling shovelfuls of dirt through the shed door. It listed further open, creaking loudly on its rusted hinges again, causing Kate to turn, startled at the sound of it knocking against the outer wall of the shed. Someone was looking right at her. She could feel it as real and as persistent as the itching feeling that crawled over her skin like the tiny legs of an army of insects. She dug further, eventually throwing the shovel to one side and dragging her hands through the exposed earth below, desperately burrowing through and only stopping to use any rock she found to try and stop the itch. All she achieved was drawing more blood. Her fingers touched something soft but solid, and Kate brushed away to clear more of the excess dirt, trying to uncover whatever it was. It felt like a long mass just beneath the ground, with a second similar object parallel to it. But the further along with it she reached, the quicker she realized what it was. A leg. Clearing more of the dirt higher up, Kate could feel more. A stomach, ribs, shoulders, and a head. Reaching for her flashlight buried under some of the dirt that had been dug up, she pointed it at the thing she'd found. The woman, the same one from her nightmare. Something inside her chest moved, scratching sharply, causing Kate to cough. And once she started, she couldn't stop. It was like the itching she'd felt on the outside had now worked its way inside, and it was spreading. No, moving. In fact, not just moving, but crawling. Through her lungs, burrowing down into her stomach, and at the same time, upwards. The clawing of tiny legs digging their way up her windpipe, blocking it. Kate couldn't breathe. She dropped to her knees, retching as she struggled for air, sputtering as she felt something move at the back of her throat. That was when she heard the buzzing again. Locusts. A swarm of them came spilling out of Kate's mouth. She couldn't scream, let alone catch her breath. They filled the shed in seconds, engulfing her entire body, as more and more of the desert bugs still came pouring from her mouth. Outside, the wind kicked up again, with enough force to blow the door to the woodshed closed, trapping Kate inside with the bugs that tore at her. There was a single word on the wooden surface of the door, written in deep black charcoal. She'd missed it. The door had been open when she found the shed. The word was witch. The SCP Foundation would later find this cursed cabin and would naturally lose a number of D classes to a horrific form of locust-based suffocation. While there are clues as to what exactly is going on in this terrible place, from the malice of a long-dead sorceress to the lingering revenge of a woman wrongfully persecuted, definite answers as to the anomalous mechanisms of the shed known as SCP-4595 still elude even the Foundation's finest minds. It's a place so mysterious and dangerous that the special containment procedures read, "For safety purposes, no personnel are permitted to enter SCP-4595. SCP-4595 should only be entered by authorized testing personnel under the supervision of the SCP-4595 Research Lead. Under no circumstances is SCP-4595-A to be disturbed in any way." So perhaps we'll never truly know why a humble wooden shed in Jasper, Indiana causes such horrifying effects for its victims. The SCP Foundation thinks it's safer to just lock it away and forget about it, letting its ancient wood and old bones rot in the dark. But if you are really curious about the truth, you can always take a walk down the side of the Patoka River and pay the witch a visit. If you're lucky, you might even get to leave. A month ago, Dr. Robert Maxwell was a senior researcher working at the facility, but a tragic mistake had cost the lives of several of his co-researchers. Now he was being led down a bleak hallway in Armed Biocontainment Area 14, a rifle-wielding guard flanking him on either side. The once rising researcher had a very different title now, D-8724. He had been made a D-class personnel, a death sentence. However, as the guards led him to his possible demise, he wasn't dressed in the typical D-class orange jumpsuit. No, he was dressed in frilly Rococo dining wear more typical of 18th century France. If anything, Dr. Maxwell looked like he was on his way to meet royalty, and in a sense, he was. The former researcher had begged for any other assignment, but the site director insisted on committing Dr. Maxwell to tea time with SCP-082. He'd always been the talkative type, so the two would make a perfect pairing. And if the creature found him sufficiently amusing, then Maxwell might even leave the containment cell alive. He had heard legends of the giant creature they called the Cannibal. Maxwell hoped they were just stories. Dr. Maxwell was pushed by the guards into a large, luxuriously appointed room, and the doors were locked behind him. He felt like a child, surrounded by freakishly large furniture and 10-foot-high ceilings. The fog of obnoxious floral perfumes couldn't fully cover up the pervasive smell of death that lingered in the cavernous halls of 082's palace. Thanks to an elaborate ruse conducted by the Foundation, SCP-082 believed he was the King of France, and that his containment cell was a palace where he remained for his own safety. The creature's continued good behavior and everyone else's safety relied on visitors keeping up that lie. Maxwell had never worked in this area of the facility, so a lot of the standard procedures were new to him. Still, his superior had given him a clear directive: talk to the monster, communicate with him, be cordial and friendly. See if you can find out more about his mysterious past. And most importantly, if you want to survive, don't annoy him. The down-on-his-luck scientist gulped inside, trying to steady his nerves in this oversized fake French palace. He just kept thinking, surely he can't be that big. He almost talked himself into believing that the accounts of the creature were just that, tall tales, until a huge figure began lumbering into the main chamber. It was him, SCP-082, also known as Fernand the Cannibal. SCP-082 was an 8-foot-tall hulking monster, built sturdier than the castles it likes to imagine are its true home. Swollen, bloated, and grossly out of proportion, the creature clocks in at over 700 pounds, most of which is pure muscle that's almost impossible to pierce with conventional weaponry. SCP-082 stopped just feet away and stared at Dr. Maxwell with its beady, sunken-in eyes like a hungry rat. Just the sight of it struck terror into Dr. Maxwell's heart, but he didn't dare show his fear. Instead, he remembered his brief training, bowing politely and forcing a smile, referring to the creature as Your Highness, and profusely thanking it for granting him an audience. The monster continued staring without saying anything, and then gave a wide, lockjawed grin, showing off its huge teeth. It did everything through gritted teeth, except eat and sing. Dr. Maxwell hoped he wouldn't be a part of either activity. Fernand gave a low, booming chuckle. He thanked Dr. Maxwell for coming to give him some company and invited him to come further inside and take a seat, adding, with a sly wink, that he won't bite. The monster complained that he so rarely gets visitors to the palace these days, but he omitted the fact that the main reason for this was his tendency to devour them. Maxwell nodded and followed the giant deeper into its oversized abode. He couldn't help but notice that the monster's arms looked like huge, fleshy punching bags. He knew that if Fernand wanted to, he could easily crush him flat, just like he'd done to so many unfortunate guards during containment breaches. Fernand told Dr. Maxwell that he was thinking of having some decorating work done. The walls of his palace were starting to look awfully drab, and he gestured to one covered with a rusty red streak. Maxwell remembered that D-class cleaners were sent into the containment cell twice a month to tidy any of Fernand's messes, but they often ended up becoming one of the messes themselves. The creature encouraged Maxwell to take a seat at his oversized dining table, while he tended to a pot of what he said was full of delicious onion soup. Maxwell obliged his host's request and took a seat at a huge chair that made him look like a 6-year-old sitting at the grown-ups table. Meanwhile, Fernand was using a huge machete-like knife to cleave onions in half for his bubbling pot of stew. Even though Fernand had shown no signs of outward aggression, as he watched the cannibal hack away at onions with his enormous knife, Maxwell could feel himself beginning to sweat. After all, they didn't call this creature the Cannibal for nothing. This was a monster with a truly horrifying body count. During previous containment breaches, it had taken enough tranquilizer to put down 2 elephants to subdue the creature, but not before multiple agents quite literally lost their heads in the process. Fernand was able to bite them off with one huge chomp like he was eating a drumstick, snapping right through the bone with his incredible tooth and jaw strength. Surprisingly, when he wasn't on a violent rampage, Foundation researchers had found SCP-082 to be unusually polite and forthcoming, offering the researchers plenty of information about himself and his past. The only problem was that almost everything the creature said was a complete lie. From his time as a researcher, Maxwell knew that there were only a few details about the creature that could be ascertained for certain. SCP-082 would reliably answer to the name Fernand, and genetically, Fernand was technically human. The means by which Fernand became so grotesquely huge, strong, and cannibalistic are still unknown. Foundation personnel are still looking into whether it's due to some kind of anomalous genetic mutation or by more supernatural means. All we know is that he's big, unpredictable, and extremely dangerous. Dr. Robert Maxwell sat terrified at the dining table of SCP-082, listening to Fernand's slightly dull blade chop through the final onion, which he then tossed into the boiling soup. Fernand had switched the topic of conversation to one of his favorite fictional characters, Hannibal Lecter. Of course, Hannibal the Cannibal isn't quite so fictional to Fernand. While he's been shown to be extremely intelligent in terms of puzzle solving and memory, he seems to have no understanding of the distinctions between fiction and reality. He assumes all movies and TV shows are a form of documentary or reality television. And ever since seeing The Silence of the Lambs, Fernand has been eager to meet with Dr. Lecter, which he emphasized to Maxwell over and over. Since trying to explain the concept of fiction to Fernand had never previously worked, Maxwell simply told him that Dr. Lecter is extremely busy at the moment, but will visit whenever he gets a chance. This seemed to satisfy Fernand, who placed 2 large bowls of steaming soup on the table before sitting down a little too close to Maxwell. He couldn't help but notice that the giant cannibal was now sitting within biting distance, and as a lowly D-class, nobody would be rushing in to save him if things went south. Fernand began ranting through his clenched teeth once more, occasionally stopping to consume a hefty spoonful of onion soup. Maxwell was sure to do the same, not wanting to seem anything less than polite. But soon the tenor of Fernand's rant began to shift. Typically the monster spoke French or heavily accented English. Now he was affecting the accent of a Victorian gentleman, peppering his speech with tally-ho and the game is afoot. Maxwell was confused at first, but quickly realized the game Fernand was playing. It's well known that Fernand is a pathological liar who likes to play numerous characters, changing his mannerisms and clothes accordingly. These personas have included a vampire, Big Bird, Andre the Giant, Foundation researcher Dr. Bright, the Incredible Hulk, Alexander the Great, Captain Hook, Dr. Frankenstein, and Frankenstein's monster. And, of course, in this case, the iconic fictional detective, Sherlock Holmes. Fearing for his life in this strange situation, Dr. Maxwell did the only thing he could: play along. As Fernand reeled off his Holmesian delusions, Maxwell began to play the role of Dr. John Watson, asking follow-up questions and complimenting Fernand's impeccable deductive reasoning. And it seemed to be working. Fernand played along too, acting as though the two of them really were Arthur Conan Doyle's crime-fighting duo. Towards the end of their game, Dr. Maxwell was even starting to enjoy it, amazed that his quick thinking was actually keeping him safe. But just then, the cannibal froze, as if in a trance. He locked eyes with Dr. Maxwell, like a mad dog that you can't tell if it's going to bite you or not. He saw the creature's gargantuan teeth separating, its huge jaws stretching open. This could surely only mean one thing. Dr. Maxwell winced and prepared for death, cursing that all of his quick thinking had amounted to nothing. Fernand leaned towards him, his gaping maw with its hot onion-scented breath just inches away from Maxwell. And then, he began to sing. The cannibal broke into a raucous Victorian pub song, happy and jovial. In his moment of terror, Dr. Maxwell had forgotten that this was the other reason SCP-082 opens his nightmarish jaws. Relief washed over him, as he knew he was safe, at least for the moment. Not long after, Foundation guards arrived and escorted him from the cell, leaving the delusional giant to his own devices back in the so-called palace. The former researcher had done it. He had bested Fernand the Cannibal, and hopefully it would be the last time he'd ever be face to face with that deranged giant. Unfortunately for Dr. Robert Maxwell, in a performance review later that week, one of his superiors remarked that Fernand enjoyed his company and he had done a great job. Such a good job, in fact, that Fernand insisted he have Dr. Maxwell for dinner, or any other meal for that matter, sometime very soon. Researcher Martin pushed the deck against the door, hoping it would hold long enough for him to find an alternate escape route. He wasn't thinking about the long term. He couldn't afford to. With the Foundation's global reach, he'd never truly escape them, never be able to make it away, condemned to spend the rest of his life on the run from the organization he'd devoted his life to. It was too overwhelming to even attempt to reckon with that, especially with the pounding of a fist against the door. He scrabbled around, opening windows to try and see if there was a safe way down. Technically, none of this was his fault, at least in his mind. The administrative login information he'd used to access the file shouldn't have been left so easy to find. That was just poor cybersecurity secrecy on the Foundation's part. Researcher Martin had been tasked with compiling information on SCP-001, one of the most infamous anomalies ever encountered in the Foundation's long and storied history, or multiple of them at least. What Martin had come to learn was there were numerous entities within the Foundation's files that all acted as proposals for SCP-001. Some were creatures, the typical kind of anomalous entities the Foundation dealt with on a regular basis, but some of the proposals focused on more abstract anomalies, and somehow, those were more existentially terrifying than any evil godlike being bent on destroying reality. Theories about the very source of anomalies themselves, that their very existence might have been predetermined by some otherworldly force. Then there were the other proposals that named parts of the Foundation as the true SCP-001. Those seemed to suck Researcher Martin in like a vortex, dragging him down a deep, dark rabbit hole that made him start to question everything he thought he knew about working for the SCP Foundation, and the one that had toppled him into a full-blown conspiracy-obsessed stupor that there was no coming back from, the Noir Box proposal. The weighted head of a battering ram splintered the wooden surface of the door, spraying fragments over the room. The table propped up to keep it shut toppled under the force of the entry as a squad of shadowy figures in full black combat gear rushed inside. The mobile task force surrounded the cowering researcher, keeping their weapons trained on him. Researcher Martin, pleading for his life, started gesturing to the walls of the room around him that had been plastered with hastily scrawled diagrams and equations. Martin tried desperately to find some concise, easy-to-understand way of explaining to the soldiers what he'd uncovered. They only picked up on a few words like many worlds hypothesis and splitting universes, but ultimately they didn't follow what he was saying and weren't sent there to hear him out. All the MTF had been told was that Researcher Martin had breached Foundation security and now posed a risk of exposing sensitive information about SCP-001. There was only one path of recourse: termination. However, unbeknownst to them, Dr. Martin was fine. At least a version of him was. One who never learned about the Noir Box proposal for SCP-001 and hadn't gone mad trying to unravel its mysteries. Instead, he was a respected higher-ranking member of the Foundation who was alive and well, in a completely different timeline. The formation of the SCP Foundation has always been shrouded in mystery, with nobody really knowing what the true origin of the organization is, and what is merely just a cover story left in the archives to keep the truth hidden. SCP-001, the Noir Box proposal at least, might hold the answers to the questions surrounding how the Foundation came to be. 3 times over. Known as the Tindalo's Trinity, the file pertaining to this anomaly is buried deep in the SCP Foundation's database, under layers upon layers of encryption and security clearance requirements. It requires someone at the very top level of the Foundation to access, a member of either the Overseer Council or the Foundation's High Command, or Overwatch. But wait, what are those? Aren't they the same thing? Well, yes and no. The exact name of the high-ranking secretive group that runs the Foundation has often been interchangeable, whether they're known as the O5 Council, the Overseer Council, etc. But what if it wasn't just many different names for the same governing body, but actually separate names for alternate versions of the ones who control the SCP Foundation? Allow us to explain. All 3 of these groups, the Overseer Council, High Command, and Overwatch, have come to a consensus that SCP-001 is an anomaly that connects with the Foundation's very origin. They believe that the founder of the SCP Foundation, also known as SCP-001, was anomalous in some way that caused them to interact with time in an unusual fashion. The triumvirate of councils are in agreement that around the time that the SCP Foundation was formed, 3 distinct timelines were generated, given the anomalous nature of the organization's founder. Each of these timelines drastically altered the nature of SCP-001, featuring a different version in each one. In the first, commonly known as Timeline HC, where the Foundation is run by a High Command, SCP-001 was an anomalous human corpse. This timeline's SCP-001 still exhibited all the behavioral characteristics of a normal human being, but could additionally replicate itself at an erratic, uncontrollable rate, usually when performing tasks that could have multiple possible outcomes. SCP-001 in Timeline HC also interacted anachronistically with its environment, passing through solid matter that predated it or would outlast it. So it had to be contained in a room that was constructed before it existed as an anomaly. This timeline's SCP-001 was responsible for conceiving the idea for the SCP Foundation, and was able to promote a significant interest in the organization. However, they were assassinated before the Foundation was officially codified, with the culprits being a version of Mobile Task Force ALP-0, who are believed to have originated from either of the other two timelines. While this seems to have been done to deter the Foundation forming in this timeline, it seems to have had the opposite effect. Despite the assassination of SCP-001, occurring before the official formation of the SCP Foundation in Timeline HC, this version of the Foundation was successfully codified by the 13 members of what they referred to as High Command. Given the anomalous circumstances around the death of SCP-001, it provided a catalyst for the organization to immediately establish itself as this timeline's protection against the threat posed by anomalous entities. The body of SCP-001 was placed in the building that had been its childhood home, securing it somewhere that predated them to negate their anomalous properties. This made them the first anomaly contained by Timeline HC's version of the SCP Foundation, posthumously garnering them the official designation of SCP-001. So that's the first of our three timelines at play. The events that unfold in the second are considerably different. In this timeline, Timeline OC, the Foundation was initially created by a different SCP-001. This entity, referred to primarily as the Founder, appropriately enough, was a human being known to possess anomalous temporal abilities. The Founder was known to also be immortal, showing no visible signs of aging, and with a resistance to external damage that prevented him from being directly killed. Any injuries he sustained could be healed, but only at the same rate typical of an average human being. The temporal side of his anomalous properties pertained to predicting the future. The Founder was able to, with an inarguable level of precision and accuracy, forecast events before they occurred. His foresight, it appeared to the Foundation, was not inciting these events to happen as he predicted them. However, everything he ever predicted would occur became an inevitability, impossible to delay, avert, or alter through any means. During the events of Timeline OC, and as his preferred nickname implies, the Founder was the sole figure responsible for establishing this version of the SCP Foundation. In this course of events, the O5 Council of this timeline were known as the Overseer Council. It was, however, while he was in the process of establishing the organization that things started to go awry. Whether he was able to predict this occurrence or not is unknown, although it seems to have corresponded with the MTF-ALP-0 assassination of SCP-001 in the other timeline, Timeline HC. In Timeline OC, at the same time as the assassination in Timeline HC, the Founder began to exhibit his anomalous temporal properties in front of the original members of Overseer Council. However, it should also be noted that there was no recorded presence of MTF-ALP-0 in Timeline OC. Believing the Founder to be a potential danger to the Foundation they had all helped to create, the founding Overseer Council classified him as an anomalous threat. They immediately devised a set of containment measures for the Founder, now designating him as SCP-001, the first anomaly contained by this timeline's version of the Foundation. He was placed within a standard humanoid containment cell and given regular meals, while personnel were forbidden to communicate with him. Given his role in establishing the Foundation in this version of events, SCP-001 is, naturally, in favor of containing and analyzing anomalies. However, not when that includes him, and insisted that he be released. According to one of his predictions for forthcoming events, he requested to be allowed to build a device, but refused to elaborate on the intended purpose of it. SCP-001 even refused to allow other members of Foundation personnel to construct the device on his behalf for testing purposes. The third of these timelines is referred to as Timeline OW, wherein the leading body of the Foundation are known as Overwatch. Here, just like the previous iterations of its history, the description of SCP-001 and their role in forming the SCP Foundation differs. In this timeline, SCP-001 is an anomaly that consists of two distinct parts. The first of these is a figure not dissimilar from the Founder. Referred to as SCP-001-1, This person is also a functionally immortal human who doesn't age and can't heal rapidly from damage. SCP-001-1 also advocates for securing and analyzing anomalies. However, this includes himself, as he doesn't object to his own containment, or that of the second component of this SCP-001. Known as SCP-001-A, this device is capable of accurately calculating any and all possible outcomes of any event that is input into it. Unlike the founder, who seemed to possess a foresight able to predict the only inevitable outcome of the future, SCP-001-A is able to account for the possibility of multiple potential futures, even down to accounting for how its own predictions could potentially influence or alter outcomes. In layman's terms, at least one of the eventualities predicted by SCP-001-A will always be accurate, unless the predictions are to do with its own future, or the future of SCP-001-1. In this instance, the device will always produce one of two assumptions that are incorrect. Either that SCP-001-1 was killed after an assassination attempt and never constructed SCP-001-A, but that's impossible after all. SCP-001-A exists. It's already been made in this timeline. The other incorrect prediction it can give is that SCP-001-1 also exhibits the same anomalous properties as the prediction machine, more akin to the founder, and that SCP-001-A was never constructed in the first place. But again, that can't be right, in this timeline anyway. According to records within Timeline OW, their version of the founder, who is of course SCP-001-1, encountered a version of Mobile Task Force ALP-0 from one of the other timelines. They presented the founder of the OW timeline with detailed blueprints for the construction of SCP-001-A. The device's completion coincided with the assassination in Timeline HC, and the corresponding anomalous incident in Timeline OC. After this point, MTF-ALP-0 departs from Timeline OW. This version of the SCP Foundation is then created to study the device, SCP-001-A, with this founder and a group of his close friends, who would become this Foundation's Overwatch. Following this initial research group's discovery of other anomalous phenomenon that threatened the rest of society, the team's goal expanded to research anomalies and protect the world from the danger they posed. However, the rest of the Overwatch began to age at a natural rate. While the founder didn't recognize this, he volunteered to be contained and studied, thus becoming a component of this timeline's SCP-001. Stepping back and looking at all of these timelines, there seems to be a number of marked similarities, particularly relating to how the Foundation was established and how a figure, usually the one who founded the organization, possessed anomalous means of interacting with time and temporality. Under normal circumstances, interaction between alternate timelines should be impossible, but the preservation of information about all three on the SCP Foundation's database has somehow enabled all three timelines to communicate with each other. Through exchanging intelligence via their own versions of the database, all three iterations of the Foundation across the three timelines have learned that almost all of the anomalies they have encountered since being established are exclusive to their own timeline. There are a total of 17 anomalies that have been confirmed to exist across the three timelines. But there is a concerning factor in all this: the presence of an anachronistic military group referring to itself as MTF-ALP-0. This Mobile Task Force's direct involvement in the events of both Timeline HC, where they assassinated SCP-001, and Timeline OW, where they provided schematics for SCP-001-A, raises an awful lot of questions. This MTF had to be acting on orders of the Foundation, but which version in which timeline? The consensus among the leading committees of all three, the High Command, Overseer Council, and Overwatch, is that at some unknown date in the future, each of them will inevitably send their own version of MTF-ALP-0 back in time to alter the Foundation's past. And in a sense, they've already done it, and seen how this altered the circumstances in order to inadvertently create the Foundation. But this poses the risk of one of these timelines overriding another, thus meaning all information garnered by alternate iterations of the Foundation could be lost. So, putting their heads together, these Foundation leading committees come to the conclusion that they need to attempt to merge all 3 timelines. And it seems the way to do so is using the device that Timeline OC's founder wanted to build, and that Timeline OW's founder was able to construct. This device is how this proposal for SCP-001 was given its nickname, the Noir Box. The intention of the Noir Box is to shunt all 3 timelines into a stable joint path, like turning loose strands into a single length of twine. As such, the leading committees of all 3 different timelines have agreed to share their intel on how each of them can safely create their own Noir Boxes, and all 3 will be used to merge the timelines. Every member of High Command, the Overseer Council, and Overwatch sign off on it. But whether or not the plan works is another matter. The fabric of time is delicate, and one wrong move could tear everything apart. What do you think of when you hear the word vacation? Perhaps you imagine lying by a beach, watching the sunset over the clear blue water, feeling the sand between your toes, a tropical drink in your hand. Perhaps you see yourself in a cozy log cabin in the woods, snow gently falling outside, a roaring fire warming your feet while you catch up on your reading. Or maybe you think of a luxurious spa, seaweed wraps, natural hot springs, and cucumber slices on your eyes. But what about those of us who are sick of the usual getaways on offer, who want to take a trip that not only shakes up their routine, but their sense of reality as they once knew it? Here at Marshall Carter & Dark, we strive to provide vacation experiences for the more discerning traveler, the more, shall we say, adventurous, someone who's had enough of those white sand beaches in the Caribbean, who's sick of villas in the south of France, and wants to invest their hard-earned money in a destination that is completely and utterly unique. We've curated a selection of potential vacation destinations to choose from for just this sort of customer, someone with an adventurous spirit and money to burn. From the mind-bendingly surreal to the downright dangerous, we promise that a trip to one of our prestige vacation spots will help you make memories you won't soon forget, no matter how hard you try. Most of our usual clientele wouldn't dream of furnishing their home with items from an IKEA, but don't let that stop you from considering the first destination in our catalog. SCP-3008, also known as the Infinite IKEA, is less of a retail store and more of an all-inclusive experience. It looks like an ordinary IKEA from the outside, but inside, well, that's a different story altogether. Once you've passed through the main entrance to the building, the possibilities are literally endless, as the interior extends to an infinite size defying all known laws of physics. You'll find a variety of accommodations, from any furniture piece you can think of to a wide array of Scandinavian culinary delights. Just watch out for the faceless entities in employee uniforms and don't let them catch you after dark. Here's what Mary, 45 from Pennsylvania, had to say about her stay in the Infinite IKEA. Please God, someone get me out of here. They took my husband and I'm getting so sick of meatballs. Are you something of a city slicker looking for a country mouse experience? Trying to get away from all the hustle and bustle and just kick back and relax? But also want to avoid going to the same idyllic English villages that all your friends at the country club have already tried? Look no further than Tembe, a charming little hamlet in Oxfordshire, England, with its own specialized local curse. You won't find this phenomenon anywhere else, making for a truly exclusive experience. Every 12 years, an invisible entity known as the Crooked Man spends 70 days targeting random individuals in the town's limits, corrupting the shape of their house, tormenting them with supernatural activity, and finally twisting and breaking their bones, stretching their limbs out beyond recognition. But don't worry, as a new visitor to the town, it's unlikely you'll be picked, and even if you are, who doesn't like coming home from a trip with a fresh new look? Here's what Jim, 32, from New York City, thought about his time in Tembe. You can't imagine the things I've heard, the things I've seen. Have you ever seen a man whose legs bent in a dozen different directions, so stretched out and deformed he can't even stand up anymore? I have. The worst part was when the screaming stopped. When he got used to the feeling of stretching and cracking, bones snapping over and over and over again until it was something else. I hear that sound at night just before I fall asleep. I see him when I close my eyes. I wish it had taken me too. But maybe that isn't quite what you have in mind. Maybe you're looking for a more permanent vacation. You've had quite enough of the annoyances of everyday life, of your neighbor's dog that won't stop barking at all hours of the night, of the stranger standing too close to you in the line at Starbucks and breathing down your neck. You just want to leave it all behind for good and finally get some peace and quiet. If this sounds like you, then why not check out SCP-2935? This space-time anomaly tucked away inside of a limestone cave beneath a cemetery near Joppa, Indiana, contains the gateway to a world identical to our own, with one exception. Every single life form there is dead. From the birds and the bees to the flowers and the trees to that bartender that never makes your martini the way you like it, no matter how many times you explain it to him, they're all gone. But keep in mind, what happens in SCP-2935 stays in SCP-2935. By which I mean once you're there, you can't come back. Otherwise, death will follow you into our world, and we can't have that now, can we? I'd provide you with a testimony from a satisfied customer who stayed in SCP-2935, but every time I try to get Eliza, 27 from Los Angeles on the phone, it's just static. So I guess you'll have to take my word for it. Maybe you're not just looking for a vacation to help you get away from it all. Perhaps you're looking for a chance to self-reflect. Well, there's no better place for that than SCP-1919, or the Hotel of Duplicates. It's an early 20th century hotel and converted mansion located at an undisclosed location. Address will be provided to you upon booking. On the outside, it's in mostly pristine condition, but looks can be deceiving. The inside is dilapidated and rotten, covered in water damage. When you enter the hotel, doppelgangers of you will manifest throughout the building, looking exactly like you with a few noticeable differences. Maybe they'll be missing their eyes or have unnaturally long arms or large jaws. Whatever the case may be, all of these mirror images will become aggressive, attempting to destroy you by any means necessary. You can either succumb to the attacks of your infinite doubles or somehow escape with your life. Talk about a way to get the blood pumping. And by coming face to face with yourself and your own flaws, you'll be able to leave the experience with a new lease on life. If you survive, that is. Roberto, 55 from Indianapolis, had a great time at the Hotel of Duplicates. Just listen to his testimony. No mirrors. Please cover the mirrors. I can't look at it. I can't look at my face. There were so many of them. So much blood. Up next is SCP-3001, or the Red Reality. After so much time trapped in there, Dr. Scranton needs some company. Just kidding, of course. We may be ruled by the almighty dollar, but we're not monsters. We'd never subject a paying customer to the horrors of the Red Reality. Speaking of red places, though, kick back poolside with SCP-354, the Red Pool. You probably will want to swap out your swimsuit for a down coat because it gets pretty cold up in the wilderness of northern Canada. But hey, a pool is a pool. This pool is filled not with chlorinated water, but a thick red liquid similar to human blood. Don't worry though, it's not actually blood. Well, that would be ridiculous. It's just a mysterious liquid of an unknown origin filling a pool that has no discernible bottom. Every so often, creatures will emerge from the pool and attempt to attack you and anything else they see. Who needs a trip to the zoo when the animals can come to you, am I right? You may encounter giant bats, a levitating black sphere that emits directed beams of radiation, an unknown abomination covered in tentacles, or something else you can't even imagine. So pour a drink, kick off your shoes, and maybe keep your favorite weapon at the ready as you lounge by the side of this picturesque red pool. Brandy, 24 from Chicago, had a fantastic time at the Red Pool. This is Mochi, she's my cloud cat. Yeah, cat made out of water vapor. She came out of the pool and I gave her some tuna sashimi and now she's my best friend. Don't get too close to her though, she's not into most humans. She'll take your skin right off. Good kitty. Pip pip cheerio, jolly old London town, innit? Have you ever wanted to go to London but find it just a bit too mainstream? Well, what if there was a place you could visit that's just like London, but not quite? Well, I've got some great news for you. Person with incredibly specific tastes, SCP-1678 or Un-London is a full-scale mirror image of London, located 1 kilometer beneath the city itself. It's a truly underground spot. If you're a fan of the vintage look, then that's even better. Un-London is modeled after the city as it appeared in the Victorian era, with gas lighting on the streets instead of electric. and architecture reflecting that time period. London was constructed for human habitation after an apocalyptic scenario, so make yourself comfortable. Take a nap in a military-grade bunk bed, wander around the Natural History Museum's Fall of Man exhibit, and savor a nice bowl of Dr. Goody's Wonder Food. Just be on the lookout for the bobbies, mechanized corpses fashioned into makeshift police officers. They don't take kindly to trespassers. But don't take my word for it. Listen to Chuck, 44, from Boston. London was wonderful. I love consuming the nutrients found in Dr. Goody's Wonder Food. Provides me with everything my body needs. I'm not frightened of the bobbies anymore. I'm a good citizen. I do not fear the eyes in the sky, and I do not pity the wretches. They pay the price for their betrayals, and I will pay it the rest of their days. The trip was worth the scurvy. Sometimes you want to get out of civilization and spend some time reconnecting with nature, getting back to your roots. If you want to go to a place where nobody knows your name and nobody should ever find out what it is, then may I recommend SCP-4000. I can't tell you too many details about it, you'll just have to see its unique charms for yourself. But it's a forest that can be entered if you complete the proper ritual, emerge from a well, and walk down a path to your destination. There are a few strict rules you'll need to follow during your stay amongst the anomalous creatures that dwell there. Don't call anything by a consistent name. Don't answer to a consistent name. Always accept gifts, but do not consume them. And finally, if a ghost tells you it isn't a creature, obey it. Don't let all the rules scare you, though. The beings in this enchanted forest make for some really good neighbors. Just ask Barb. Shh! Don't say my name. Never say my name. If you do, they'll take it. And once my name is gone, the rest of me follows. Don't go into the forest. It's not worth it. Don't dance with them, no matter how sweetly they ask. And don't eat what they give you. Never, ever eat it. It's just like the old poem says, we must not look at the goblin men, we must not buy their fruits, who knows upon what soil they fed their hungry, thirsty roots. I know I said that these were all vacation spots, but have you ever considered finding a new home instead? Somewhere where you could really put down roots and build a community. The people of SCP-599 are always looking for new neighbors after all. It's a small city located in an undisclosed location, earning it the nickname Uncharted City. Don't be dissuaded by the fact that everyone living in the town matches the description of someone who went missing in a different, inferior town. This is a perfectly nice place to live, and once you visit, you'll never want to leave. Just ask Mario, 65, from Virginia. You should really think about purchasing a house here. That's such a lovely place to raise a family. Just come and stay the night, you'll see. This place was made for you. Picture this, if you will. You're staying the night in a luxurious Victorian mansion, and it's a dark and stormy night. A clap of thunder shakes you from your slumber, and a flash of lightning illuminates the bedroom where you sleep. Your heart leaps into your throat as you think you can see someone standing at the foot of your bed. You light a candle to check, but no, it's just a chair with a coat slung over the back. You're alone, just you, the enormous empty house, and the sound of rain pitter-pattering against the window. You can't relax though, can't get your mind to slip back into the blissful escape of sleep. You feel as if the walls are closing in on you, as if the room is getting smaller and smaller, enveloping you in darkness. You take your candle and use it to light the way as you slowly open the door to the bedroom with an eerie creak. Then, you step out into the hall. What was that sound? That soft sigh, the padding of footsteps coming from over there. You turn, shining the flickering light of flame in the direction of the noise, and see the figure of a woman in a long flowing dress. She's beautiful, or she would be if she looked alive. Instead, she's pale, translucent, her wide dark eyes staring into your very soul. You can smell the scent of rotting plumeria flowers, the salt and iron of tears and blood. Slowly she begins to drift toward you, not walk, but float, as if her feet never touch the ground. You open your mouth to scream, but no sound comes out. She reaches her ghostly fingers out to brush your cheek, and everything goes black. Doesn't that sound like a one-of-a-kind experience? Don't be scared. That was no malicious spirit. It was just the lady of the house. Clara Rosyth may not be the best hostess, but her home is lovely. A stately mansion located in Dark Peat in Derbyshire, England. Sure, it's a little haunted, but hey, all the best historical houses are. Daphne, 42, from London, had this to say about her stay there. So cold, so cold. Check the children, please. You have to check the children. Settle down, Daphne. Go back to bed. Now, where was I? Now, maybe you don't want to be confined to the space within the walls of a haunted house, or any house for that matter. So how about we get back to nature with a nice, simple lakeside camping trip? Just set up your tent at least 50 meters away from the water and take in the crisp, fresh air and wonderful view. Feel the breeze rolling in off the lake and, oh, what's that? Do you see something floating in the water? It's alright, it's just SCP-2316. If you look for a while, it might start to look familiar. Right, Chris from Iowa? I recognize them. The bodies in the water. I know them, my friend. I'm so sorry, I have to go. I have to go to them. Alright, buddy, you do that. Anyway, if you do decide to visit SCP-2316, try and remember, you do not recognize the bodies in the water, and maybe don't take a dip in that particular lake. You've heard about Christmas in December and even Christmas in July, but how would you like to visit a place where it's Christmas all year round and the holiday fun never stops? If that sounds like heaven on earth to you, then you'll be a perfect fit for SCP-784, Christmas Cheer. This quaint little neighborhood in Texas doesn't have much to offer in terms of sights, with only 24 houses and 2 apartment buildings, but the atmosphere more than makes up for it. No matter what time of year you visit, the town will always be covered in a layer of freshly fallen snow, and every building is wrapped in Christmas lights at a density of 15 lights per square meter. And if you thought the decor was charming, wait until you meet the residents. Every person in SCP-784 is dressed in their holiday best, usually in novelty Christmas sweaters emblazoned with a smiling reindeer, Santa Claus, glittering ornaments and twinkling lights, and really just about anything that screams Christmas. During the day, the townspeople will decorate their houses and exchange presents, as well as putting on Christmas pageants and dances. When night falls, they will share eggnog, sing Christmas carols, and decorate any foreign objects that might have made their way into the town's vicinity. Just make sure that you keep your Christmas spirit at its best and brightest while you're visiting, or you might find yourself tied up with string lights and dragged into the nearest house for a bit of Yuletide reprogramming. Whether you're looking for a place to spend Christmas or just trying to inject a bit of extra festivity into your everyday life, this is the perfect place for your ho-ho-ho holiday. Unfortunately, none of our clients who've chosen this destination will stop singing carols long enough to provide testimony, but just take that as a sign that their time in this Christmas village was truly life-changing. Do you consider yourself something of a bookworm? When your friends are going out to private clubs, enjoying gourmet dinners, or headed on early morning hikes on the beach, do you prefer to stay in and crack open your favorite novel? Then perhaps you'd like a visit to the best library in any known universe. That's right, a book lover's fantasy. The Wanderer's Library is an interdimensional library that acts as the embodiment of all knowledge. Its ever-expanding collection of literature includes every book ever written, and some that haven't even been written yet in your native timeline. Wander the endless stacks of books, take in the peaceful environment, and study up on any subject your heart desires. And if you're not prepared to completely unplug, there's also Wi-Fi. Professor Lisa Graham thoroughly enjoyed her stay in the Wanderer's Library. I know a little bit about everything now. I've looked into the past, the present, the future, the greatest minds in the multiverse at my fingertips. How am I supposed to go back to my 9-to-5 job after that? Now, we have covered quite a few places under the jurisdiction of the SCP Foundation. The SCP Foundation Site-19 is the perfect getaway for a real Foundation enthusiast, someone who's a massive fan of the work they do, and excited to see all of their favorite anomalies and scientists. Meet the famous Dr. Jack Bright. Just don't touch the amulet. Say hello to Dr. Gears before he shoos you away so he can focus on his work. And do you like anomalies? Well, they've got them in spades here. SCP-035, the Possessive Mask, glowers out from its protective glass case. SCP-096 huddles in the corner of its containment cell, hiding its face. No peeking. Maybe you'll get to see SCP-049 performing one of his trademark experiments, though if you're feeling under the weather, you might not want to let him see you. Maybe you want to sneak a look at SCP-173 and see if you can catch it snapping any D-Class necks. Feel something nudging your foot? It's just the friendly instances of SCP-131, here to check things out and make sure you're having a fantastic time. If you're tired, get some rest in the employees' sleeping quarters. Hungry? Grab a bite at the canteen. There's just so much to do here at Foundation Site-19. Hey, you're not authorized to be in here. Just giving a tour, gentlemen. I'll be finished in a moment. Sir, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. If you don't comply, I'll have to use force. Looks like that's my cue. All payments can be made out to Marshall Carter and Dark. Think of us when you book your next vacation. And remember, Absolutely no refunds under any circumstances. Rock, paper, scissors. A simple hand game dating back to the Han Dynasty of Imperial China. It is a decisive game between two players, with the only outcomes being win, lose, or draw. We're quite familiar with rock, paper, scissors here at the SCP Foundation, as the guards are often seen playing intense rounds of the game to determine who will be the unlucky soul chosen to secure one of the various Keter-class SCPs during a given week. In most cases, this use of rock, paper, scissors is accepted as a largely harmless and fair way for defensive personnel to arrange their shifts. The reason for this is that the results of rock, paper, scissors are generally random, as there are very few ways for an individual's skill to influence the game. Or so one might think. In reality, rock, paper, scissors is a deeply psychological game, and this is mainly because of its origin as a contest between fellow human beings. The average human is vulnerable to making errors and falling into patterns, and with only 3 options to keep track of, it is entirely possible for a seasoned veteran of rock, paper, scissors to predict their opponent's choice before any hands are thrown. Of course, that opponent may also commit an error of their own by misreading the other player's actions, and thus there is always a chance for an impulsive decision to swing the results of the game in either direction. Human limitation is the only skill-based mechanic in the game of rock, paper, scissors, and that same limitation is what, in the eyes of some, holds the game back from reaching its true potential. That was the case until someone out there discovered the rules to an anomalous version of rock, paper, scissors being spread through a mysterious email. While all attempts to trace the email back to its original sender have left the Foundation with more questions than answers, we have been able to learn more about the differences between the rules of standard rock, paper, scissors and the anomalous version. We have given this anomalous version of rock, paper, scissors the designation SCP-4633, and unlike the Classic Edition, under no circumstances are any Foundation personnel allowed to play a game incorporating any of the alternative rules. While the ceiling for skill and variety is theoretically much higher in a rock, paper, scissors match featuring SCP-4633, the risks to the player far outweigh any added novelty. Here is how SCP-4633 functions during an average game of rock, paper, scissors. Well, average prior to the anomalous properties taking effect. Rather than being limited to using merely rock, paper, or scissors, as the name of the game implies, the players gain access to a series of additional hand gestures, which upon the act of being thrown become seamlessly integrated into both players' shared understanding of the rules. This alone would be bizarre enough, but the true harm caused by SCP-4633 is in the nature of the gestures themselves. When one of the non-standard gestures allowed by SCP-4633 is used, the player's hands will change shape in ways that, under normal circumstances, would be anatomically impossible. Each of these non-standard gestures is distinct from the rest, with the only commonality being an unusual tendency for the final gesture to resemble biological structures often seen in sea life. One particular gesture might cause a player to rapidly grow a ring of additional fingers surrounding a gaping anemone-like mouth in the palm, while another could result in the player's entire arm flattening into a fin-like appendage. Regardless of how severe a departure from a typical human limb the final gesture would be, the limbs, and on rare occasions the entire body, of the player using the gesture will quickly and irreversibly mutate into the shape required to successfully perform it. While these gestures overwhelmingly result in forms that would be distressing to most people, the same cognitive effect that causes the participants to accept changes to the rules also appears to apply to the changes affecting their own bodies. To the players of an SCP-4633 augmented match of rock, paper, scissors, the non-standard gestures seem as mundane as the original 3. Unfortunately, the morphic properties of SCP-4633 are practically irreversible, with extreme reconstructive surgery being required in even the best of cases. In all instances of SCP-4633, surgical intervention is necessary to prevent the spread of details regarding the non-standard gestures and their usage. Because of the immediate shift in cognitive awareness among participants, all that is needed for a new instance of SCP-4633 to occur is the faintest hint of knowledge of the alternative rules. It's even been noted that between different groups of players, the non-standard gestures can vary heavily or seemingly be created on the fly as the desire to win at all costs takes hold. Here are a few examples of anomalous gestures which have been observed during instances of SCP-4633. This list is by no means comprehensive, but it will provide an insight into how SCP-4633 drastically alters the existing mechanics of the game, as well as the physique of the players. The Thoriley gesture transforms the user's fingers into barbed tentacles. It beats paper and scissors but loses to rock. Chavoaga folds the fingers of the hand into the palm and causes them to emerge through the back of the palm. It allows the user to throw a second gesture after they've seen their opponent's choice. Ashkelhaz splits the hand into a pair of poisonous stingers, which also produce a potent electrical current between them. It has been seen to lose to paper, but seemingly of their own will, the stingers lashed at the opposing player and caused them to fall unconscious 3 rounds later due to the effects of the poison. Chausa beats paper and 2 other anomalous gestures, loses to scissors, rock, and a third gesture, and morphs the user's arm into a dactyl club similar to the front appendage of a mantis shrimp. Izurgov simply causes the player to grow 3 additional thumbs on one hand. The final gesture resembles a triple thumbs up. Izurgov has not been seen to beat any gestures, and the player who uses it always seems to go on to lose the match. Pagakmar causes the middle and ring to recede into the hand, while the pointer and pinky fingers extend to resemble the eye stalks of a snail or slug. The rest of the hand also becomes coated in a thin layer of slime which continues to secrete from within. Pagakmar beats scissors and paper, but loses to rock and another anomalous gesture known as Vayanjek. Incidentally, Vayanjek causes the arm of the player using it to elongate into a worm-like tube that periodically spews a gout of salt water on the opponent. When Vayanjek was seen beating Pagakmar, the saltwater appeared to have some adverse effect on the latter gesture, causing the eye stalks to droop and the hand to shrivel until it was half its original size. Another anomalous gesture is Grazathrog, recognized by the skin, muscle, and veins of the hand turning translucent, revealing a pulsing red organ in the interior of the palm. Once Grazathrog has been thrown, the player who used it may call out the name of one other gesture, which can no longer be used in the current match. The Ukayag gesture is a bit deceptive, as it resembles rock when first thrown but gradually causes the hand to condense into a lump of inert material, not dissimilar to actual igneous rock. The knuckles as well begin to exude a superheated mineral substance similar to molten lava. Ukayag exclusively beats paper and appears to lose to everything else. Many of the gestures on record have no known name, but their function within SCP-4633's altered rules is clear from the context in which they were used. Such is the case with one anomalous gesture, which caused most of the player's hand to withdraw into a siphon-like opening at their wrist before the very same orifice shot out a stream of ink into the opposing player's eyes. While there was no lasting harm done to the opponent by this gesture, the ink did cause temporary blindness, which persisted until they were defeated by way of their rock losing to paper. Another unknown gesture has been seen beating both Izurgav and Ukayag. This gesture makes the player's hand resemble the crest and gas-filled body of a Pacific man-o'-war. These examples are only scraping the surface of the seemingly endless possibilities that SCP-4633 has to offer. As you can see, the anomalous hand gestures can be just as dangerous within the game itself as the permanent changes they invoke in the user. While the Foundation has done its best to contain all information surrounding SCP-4633, there have been clear efforts by several unknown groups to push the game into continued usage. Over the past 3 decades, instances of SCP-4633 have seen increasing popularity in the world of high-stakes gambling. Perhaps it is because of the inherent thrill of watching 2 opponents trying to strategically outwit each other with a countless number of non-standard gestures, but more likely, it is part of the anomalous effect of SCP-4633 that the game would appeal to those desperate to risk everything on the slim chance of victory. This neatly brings us to the SCP-4633 related incident which occurred aboard the private ocean liner known as the SS Fateful Emma. Before the incident, the Fateful Emma would sail into international waters twice a year. Each time it would bring along a new group of passengers, seemingly selected from the underprivileged and downcast sector of society. A great many of these passengers were convicts with repeat violent offenses chosen from supermax facilities the world over. The process by which these inmates were chosen for a voyage aboard the ship was not dissimilar from the methods the Foundation uses to acquire new Class D personnel. Naturally, this was how the research team was able to be tipped off about the Fateful Emma. It became apparent soon after looking into the ship's career that the individuals altered by the effects of SCP-4633 had been seen departing from the ship on multiple occasions in remote island harbors. Most of the time, the individuals would also be, to the best of their ability with their metamorphized forms, carrying briefcases filled with hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash. While witnesses tend to write off the strange appearances of those affected as being the result of a deformity or injury, or in more pronounced instances dismissing the encounters as sightings of creatures from the local mythology, it was clear to anyone familiar with SCP-4633 what was truly going on. These passengers were being made to play pitched games of rock, paper, scissors featuring SCP-4633 for massive sums of wealth, and what was worse, the grand prize winners were seemingly being released back into civilization without the knowledge of law enforcement. Of course, what the Foundation was most concerned about was the potential for the large-scale leak of detailed information involving SCP-4633. It seemed that the Foundation's latest faceless enemy had revealed itself. Whatever wealthy group of individuals was pulling the strings behind the games aboard the SS Fateful Emma, it was very likely that the ship was also well protected by a private army of trained mercenaries. In a display of swift but necessary initiative, the Foundation assembled a brand new mobile task force to be dispatched onto the ocean liner. Mobile Task Force Row 52, with the fitting codename Rochambeau. The Mobile Task Force would board the vessel secretly and use whatever means necessary to prevent the spread of SCP-4633 and any evidence of the associated non-standard hand gestures. Before the Fateful Emma's next voyage, the Foundation isolated the port where it would depart from and made sure that the MTF agents were in position. The operation was co-captained by Agent Dubois and Agent Zhang, both of whom prided themselves on having extraordinarily good luck. Agent Dubois would stealthily move the majority of the agents under his command into the cargo hold below deck and await Agent Zhang's signal. Agent Zhang himself would assume the name and identity of one of the criminal passengers, who was intercepted before boarding by the Mobile Task Force. The would-be participant was subsequently detained and brought into the Foundation as a Class D personnel. As the SS Fateful Emma began to leave the harbor, Agent Zhang joined the other passengers who had been gathered together in an enormous function hall. There was little indication of when the games would begin, and Zhang made an effort to keep a low profile until more information was available. Shortly after the ship had officially arrived in international waters, an eccentric man entered the room on a walkway that overlooked the rest of the passengers. He was flanked by a pair of armed bodyguards. It was plain from the man's style of dress and demeanor that he was both absurdly wealthy and completely out of his mind. He wore a pure white tuxedo and a scarf that seemed to have been made from the fur of a Siberian tiger. A pair of dark shades with sequin rims obscured his eyes from view, but by far the strangest aspect of the rich man was the fact that emerging from the wrist of his right arm was the eyeless head of a moray eel where his hand should be. The man spoke, addressing the entire room. "Welcome, passengers new and old, to the SS Fateful Emma. While you are aboard this ship, your fate is in your own hands. Over the next 24 hours, you will have the rare opportunity to play the greatest game of chance that humanity has ever known. Generations of people from every continent and every walk of life have given their all to the mastery of rock, paper, scissors, across, north, slash, //. The man proceeded to speak unusual syllables for the next minute straight without even a pause for breath. In his report, Agent Zhang described the man's voice as gaining an increasingly loud hum as his speech continued, and that some of the syllables didn't seem to be the product of human vocal cords. He soon concluded his string of gibberish and resumed speaking intelligible language. "As is customary, we will be utilizing the Iljesh Toi rules.
You will begin by selecting a single opponent and challenging them to a best of 2 of 3 match. This is a single elimination tournament, and any competitors who cannot otherwise continue to engage in matches will also be eliminated. By the end of your time here, the luckiest among you will be named the undisputed champion of these games, and will be granted unlimited freedom, along with the cash prize. The rest of you will have to determine your own fates, for you all know what awaits you below. May your hands be ready, your minds be sharp, and remember, winning is everything. With a flourish of his moray eel hand, the wealthy man finished his introductions and promptly exited the room. Agent Zhang looked at the passengers surrounding him and saw that they were already beginning to play rock, paper, scissors with each other. A few had already begun using the anomalous gestures, warping their limbs into hideous subnautical shapes. Agent Zhang gave the signal to Agent Dubois and the rest of the mobile task force to begin the operation. Their target was primarily the moray-handed man, as well as any other close associates that he had on board. They would capture him alive and interrogate him into revealing the mystery behind this illegal gambling ring. Once the mercenaries were dealt with, Agent Dubois' team would further command the ocean liner and navigate it to SCP Foundation Research Site 45 to await further orders. As for Agent Zhang, he knew what he had to do. To buy time, he would participate in the ensuing rock, paper, scissors tournament and eliminate as many of the other players as possible. This, he believed, was the best way to minimize the number of anomalous gestures that would be used aboard the ship. Of course, he himself wouldn't be using any of the anomalous gestures either, opting to limit himself to the standard 3. This could put him at a severe disadvantage over the course of the competition, but Agent Zhang knew better than to tempt fate. Still, being eliminated seemed like something he may want to avoid. Even though the consequences for elimination were left vague in the strange rich man's speech, he still didn't feel that it would be wise to put himself in a compromised position while aboard the fateful Emma. Bracing himself for the worst, Agent Zhang accepted the challenge of a nearby passenger. He was off to a promising start when he threw a scissors hand against his opponent's paper. Because the matches were best 2 out of 3, all he needed was to win one of the next 2 matches, and he'd survive this round. Then he saw the devious look on his opponent's face, and he knew that this match was about to get weird. Rather than admit defeat, Agent Zhang prepared to throw scissors again. The two challenged their hands, and just as Zhang had feared, his opponent threw an anomalous gesture. Almost instantly, the opponent's hand took on a multi-mouthed Piscine form, which began to spit sharp teeth in Agent Zhang's direction. Fortunately, the agent's bulletproof vest was able to withstand the impact of the teeth. What was even more fortunate was the fact that the opponent seemed to be a good sport. "Scissors beats Azravok, you win," said the other passenger before walking away in search of their next match. Curiously, the passenger's transformed arm continued to fire teeth across the room at random intervals, occasionally hitting and causing injury to one of the other competitors. Agent Zhang was grateful that the body armor he was wearing had been tested to withstand rapid fire from SCP-127. Compared to the raw power of the living gun, the teeth launched from Azravok gestures were practically BB rounds. He had succeeded in not being eliminated, both from the game and generally. Excited about his win, Zhang sought out another opponent to test his luck. Below deck, Agent Dubois and the rest of the mobile task force had just finished facing off against some of the hired mercenaries when they entered a room presumed to be the ocean liner's sickbay. Inside was a grisly sight. A second rock, paper, scissors tournament playing out between players that had been so thoroughly transformed by the anomalous gestures of SCP-4633 that they barely appeared to still be human. It was like a scene from a deep-sea documentary, with strange and unknowable creatures vying for dominance, not within a natural food chain or competition for resources, but within a seemingly never-ending struggle to win a game of chance. It was purgatory. Rock, paper, scissors, purgatory. Agent Dubois was appalled, but he knew better than to attempt to stop these creatures from doing the one thing keeping them all distracted. The moray-handed man was still somewhere in the ship, and capturing him was far more important. The research team would decide what to do with these former humans once the ship was secure within the Foundation's custody. However, what Agent Dubois didn't realize is that some of these creatures were advancing on his team. In nightmarish and unearthly voices, they chanted, "Rock, rock, paper, scissors." Suddenly, one of the abominations resembled nothing more closely than an enormous mass of coral
produced 4 arms from within its body and began to throw anomalous hand signs towards the agents. One of the arms threw Ukyag, which coated an unsuspecting agent in hot lava, causing him to drop to the floor in pain. Panicked, Dubois ordered the task force to eliminate every living thing in the sickbay, although not in the sense of their tournament standing, of course. Meanwhile, Agent Zhang was on a win streak in the function hall. Through sheer luck and determination, he had managed to avoid elimination while eliminating several other passengers himself. He began to notice that those who were eliminated were quietly escorted away by the bouncers, seeming to have their anomalous changes treated. Now it was only down to 12 remaining passengers. Agent Zhang knew that it was only a matter of time before Dubois and his team took control of the ship, but feeling reckless, he challenged one of the remaining passengers. In that moment, something came over him, as if his determination to see the mission through was also compelling him to win at any cost. His opponent threw Pagakmar, and out of instinct, Zhang threw Vanyajek. The agent went on to win the entire tournament, but sadly, he was unable to collect the prize money, as during the skirmish below deck, the man with the moray hand had escaped with a small fortune in a high-speed submersible. His ultimate goals and the scope of the shadowy group he represented would remain unanswered for the time being. When the SS Fateful Emma finally arrived at Site 45, Agent Zhang came to his senses and realized that he had underestimated the cognitive side effects of SCP-4633. Due to the immediately recognizable anomalous state of both his arms, Agent Zhang was later contained on site with minimal security. It's believed that researchers are still searching for a method to reverse the effects. It just goes to show that winning isn't everything. The creature let out an unmistakable squeal of rage as stimulus Y-835 took effect. Dr. Christensen pressed his face up against the glass, eager to see the results. It had to work this time. It simply had to. He was certain that this attempt would make all the other failures worth it, and he'd once again prove the Foundation's faith in him to be well-placed. SCP-5683 shrieked a loud, insect-like sound that would have normally made the blood run cold of anyone that heard it. But to Dr. Christensen, it was like music, a monster's dying fanfare to mark his success. Soon he'd be the researcher who neutralized not one, but 2 tenacious, highly adaptable anomalies. The senior researcher could feel his heart racing as the deadly giant spider started to twitch, then burst into 2 identical entities. The pair of arachnid anomalies had reacted much like the results of the tissue sample tests conducted earlier, dividing into 2 separate organisms. Christensen held his breath. The tissue samples had destroyed each other, attacking and injecting the other with lethal doses of venom. Surely, he reasoned, duplicating SCP-5683 into 2 would have the same result. His heart sank as he watched one of the spider creatures, the duplicate, perish almost immediately. As it often did when presented with human prey, SCP-5683 attacked using its mandibles and impaled its copy with its front legs to pin it in place. The clone had bitten back, with Dr. Christensen already knowing that would have granted SCP-5683 an immunity to its own venom. Its powers of adaptation were fiercely, frustratingly efficient, and nothing demonstrated this more than the intense reaction from the man tasked with destroying it. Dr. Christensen hurled the nearest object, a coffee mug, at a glass window of the observation room, overlooking the test chamber. He pounded his fist against the glass, hardly with the required force to cause damage, but enough to send pain shooting down Christensen's wrist, which then nestled in his forearm, a reminder that the experiment, like the others, had failed.
"Why can't I destroy you?"
he muttered through clenched teeth, looking with hatred at the enormous spider in the chamber below. The directive had reached him the day immediately after New Year's Day 2020, and straight from a member of the O5 Council no less. Their message expressed how impressed the Council was with Dr. Christensen's success with the Doomsday Clock project, and how favorably his name had been mentioned in Council meetings. This boded well for the ambitious Foundation doctor. He'd been hoping to snag the director position at Site-04 now that Director Bray had retired. But there was one more test from the O5 Council. They wanted Dr. Christensen to use the knowledge garnered during his previous success to solve the SCP-5683 problem. If he could successfully complete that assignment, it would be his ticket to being promoted. With the comfy role of site director and all its perks in mind, Dr. Christensen accepted the assignment from the Council to deal with SCP-5683. SCP-5683 was quite the beast, not an anomaly for those with intense arachnophobia. The huge spider-like organism was extremely hostile towards humans and had to be kept in a constant state of medical sedation. Otherwise, it would relentlessly attempt to breach containment and slaughter any and all personnel in its path. What had made SCP-5683 such a problem for the Foundation was the creature's ability to rapidly regenerate damage, as well as modify its own body in reaction to threats. Much like a certain particularly hard-to-destroy reptile, the spider-like entity could adapt itself to become more resistant to any danger posed to it. And of course, this meant that the Foundation needed this dangerous creature eradicated. The frequent containment breaches and sheer number of casualties caused by the arachnid anomaly were significant enough to cause an increasing drain on the SCP Foundation's resources. So, with the termination order coming from the very top, the O5 Council themselves, Dr. Christensen was tasked with overseeing the neutralization of SCP-5683. During an initial deliberation, Dr. Christensen met with researcher Miles and Hall, junior researcher Silva, and security chief Ade to discuss earlier attempts to terminate SCP-5683. The new head of the termination project was perturbed to learn that the research team had little in the way of useful information to offer, beyond what the Foundation already knew about the creature. But Christensen decided some basic stress testing would at least be a start. After a successful tissue sample test, wherein some of SCP-5683's genetic material was incinerated, Dr. Christensen tried to simply destroy the spider with fire. An understandable response, to say the least. However, exposing SCP-5683 to temperatures of 850 degrees Celsius for just 30 seconds didn't quite yield the easy victory he had hoped for. The arachnid thrashed about and screeched in reaction to the heat, only to rapidly develop a form of armor plating covering its entire body. The armor was comprised of an unknown, unidentifiable substance, but it was enough to prevent SCP-5683 from combusting. Reconvening with the rest of the team, Dr. Christensen hid his pride, assuring everyone he was just trying to establish a baseline during the previous test. Of course, he hadn't believed that terminating SCP-5683 with fire would be a success, or so he claimed, hiding how much he'd longed for an easy solution so he could snatch up the vacant Site-04 director position. But to ensure the others, Christensen explained that he'd requisitioned some anomalous materials from the O5 Council that they'd be using in their next termination attempts. Nothing that was anomalous enough to require containment, but toxic enough that they presented a few options for destroying SCP-5683. Just for logging purposes, sir, may I inquire about the specific substances we're shipping in? Junior researcher Sylvia had asked. Of course, Y220, Y835, and Y43. Dr. Christensen quickly recounted them all from memory. I'm told they should be arriving within the week. I expect each would be enough to do the job, but it's best to hedge our bets. This spider doesn't compare to the lizard, I'll tell you that. Junior researcher Silva seemed to take an interest in what Dr. Christensen had just alluded to, his previous work with the lizard. He probed further about it, and Christensen gave a solemn response. The aspiring Foundation doctor recalled an incident from a few years earlier during his experimentation with SCP-682. Some of the methods Dr. Christensen had opted to employ in an attempt to destroy the hard-to-destroy reptile had led to a severe containment breach. When describing it, he used the word unpleasant, perhaps out of guilt at how many personnel had lost their lives due to his actions. Brushing the topic aside, he assured the team to get on with testing the new anomalous stimuli on SCP-5683. Stimulus Y220 initially showed some promise. During a tissue sample test, it successfully converted part of SCP-5683 into glass, which then violently exploded, leaving nothing behind. But attempts to use it to neutralize the creature itself quickly quashed those promising results. Within 9 seconds of being exposed to Stimulus Y220, SCP-5683's body rapidly turned to glass. Around 80% of its arachnid mass proceeded to explode, shattering in all directions, sending clear shards showering over the testing chamber. As he watched, Dr. Christensen allowed himself to believe that this was mission accomplished, that he'd successfully terminated SCP-5683. But his celebration was premature. The spider quickly began reconstituting itself, its body regenerating within the space of 30 seconds. After testing with both stimuli Y220 and Y835, Dr. Christensen's frustration seemed to be increasing with each failed attempt. He knew his promotion was within reach, and as far as he could remember, he'd done good work with damaging SCP-682. Why should eradicating this anomalous spider be any different? However, it was a test with stimulus Y436 that enraged the ambitious doctor. Expecting the anomalous stimulant to turn SCP-5683 into a fine mist, Christensen watched as the creature's body vanished, literally vaporizing, changing states of matter to little more than water in the air. Suddenly, every light in the facility powered off, plunging the testing chamber into darkness. When the lights came back on, SCP-5683 was standing on all 8 legs, right where it had been missed only 3 seconds earlier. The research team had gathered for another mediation, and Dr. Christensen's anger still hadn't subsided. He kicked a chair to emphasize his frustration, alarming junior researcher Silva, who urged him to calm down. After eventually cooling his temper, Christensen made an announcement that caused even greater concern to spread amongst the team. "I'm requisitioning Y910. Researcher Halls and Researcher Miles objected, trying to get Dr. Christensen to realize that the course of this action was excessive, overkill even. But Christensen disregarded them, standing by his latest method for terminating SCP-5683. The Global Occult Coalition had previously used Y910 to poison gods. He felt sure that it would work on one anomalous giant spider. His time was running short. Dr. Christensen was aware that any day now, the O5 Council would be appointing a replacement director of Site-04, and he wanted that promotion. And he didn't seem to care what corners he cut and what risks he took to get there, even if it meant endangering his research personnel. Dr. Christensen declared that in order to save time, he would be bypassing tissue samples to test for termination attempts. The longer it took to terminate the anomalous arachnid, the more his window of opportunity closed, and the further the director position slipped from his fingertips. Accepting full responsibility for the reckless decision and anything that might go wrong, Dr. Christensen wanted to use stimulus Y910 directly on SCP-5683. He urged the research team to make the necessary preparations, unaware of what his decision would lead to, and the chaos it had already caused. The test was catastrophic, so much so that it caused a containment breach. With SCP-5683 loose and scuttling about the facility on its multiple legs, Dr. Christensen and junior researcher Silva were forced to rush to the secure bunker on site for safety. Christensen was in a state of panic until he noticed something, and not for the first time either. He'd been detecting a foul smell whenever he'd conducted the meetings to discuss termination options. But the other members of the research team had quickly explained it was nothing more than repeated accidents in the cafeteria. But here was the stench again, worse than ever. Yet junior researcher Silva brushed it off again, stating that SCP-5683 must have gotten into the facility's reactor. The junior researcher quickly became inconsolable, stating that the whole situation was his fault. Dr. Christensen interjected, demanding to know how it was and what Silva had done to cause this situation. He replied that it was his duty to oppose ill-advised actions, and when Christensen had declared his intention to use Y910, the junior researcher hadn't opposed him. Shifting the blame from himself onto his subordinate, Dr. Christensen chastised Silva over how many personnel had died because of the junior researcher's refusal to do his job, ignoring that it was Christensen's own ambitions that had led to the current chaos. Refusing to be made a scapegoat, Dr. Christensen vowed to pin the full culpability for SCP-5683's containment breach onto junior researcher Silva, saying he'd tell the O5 Council the so-called truth about what had happened. But Silva pointed out that there wasn't much of a likelihood that the bunker would survive the reactor overloading. He urged the ambitious Foundation doctor to admit some responsibility of his own for what had happened, but Christensen refused. Suddenly, there came a thunderous banging at the bunker door. A debilitating pang of fear struck Dr. Christensen. causing him to scream and retreat from the entrance, yelling "no" and "please," as if he was pleading with the universe itself to spare him from the spider. Junior Researcher Silva walked over to the bunker door just as strong arachnid legs tore the heavy steel bulkhead off its hinges like it was made of little more than wet paper. There was SCP-5683, the enormous spider skittering into the bunker, screeching all the while. Silva had put himself between SCP-5683 and the ambitious Foundation doctor, whose hunger for a promotion had led to all this carnage. The junior researcher announced his noble intention to sacrifice himself, occupying the creature while urging Christensen to run. The doctor shoved Silva towards the spider and prepared to run, then all of a sudden, SCP-5683 vanished. Junior Researcher Silva told Dr. Christensen he was disappointed, before Researcher Miles, Researcher Hall, and Security Chief Ade all entered the bunker through the torn open hole where the door had been. Christensen questioned where SCP-5683 had gone, to which Silva explained there was little reason to keep a dummy around once it had served its purpose as a substitute. "You mentioned you worked with the lizards, sir," the junior researcher recounted, "that there was a containment breach. If you don't terribly mind me asking, how did you escape that situation? It seemed quite lethal, didn't it?" Afraid and confused, Dr. Christensen asked where he was. Hall and Miles urged him not to ask questions he already knew the answer to. Silva explained who they all were, a jury, specifically Dr. Christensen's jury, and according to them, the ambitious doctor had disgraced himself again. Christensen had been there for a long time, a considerably long time, reliving the same events over and over again, with SCP-5683 acting as a substitute for SCP-682. It was the same situation, he'd made the same decisions, the same mistakes, and it had cost lives. Now Dr. Christensen was trapped in an endless loop, penance for the casualties that had occurred at his hands, all in the pursuit of his own selfish personal gain. He asked the jury how long he'd be stuck there, a question Silva responded to with, "Until you take responsibility, sir." Immediately, Dr. Christensen tried to admit that this all had been his fault, but he didn't mean it. Not really. He hadn't accepted blame. He just wanted a quick and easy way out of the loop, and the jury of his deceased personnel knew it. Christensen ran for the door in the hopes of escaping his fate. Futile as his chances were, a black iron chain appeared from around the corner and wrapped itself around the overambitious doctor's throat, ignorant of his pleas for forgiveness. Saying he was sorry wouldn't bring back the people who died in service of his aspirations to becoming a site director. The chain dragged Dr. Christensen through the facility at such a speed that he collided with every wall and every corner as he turned sharply, being pulled along the floor. But that and the walls quickly crumbled away, revealing a sight that made Dr. Christensen start screaming that it wasn't his fault, and he never really stopped. What followed involved a great deal of blood and fire. Once it was over, it left behind the same awful stench the doctor had smelt before, and he'd soon be smelling it again too, as the cycle repeated itself. The directive had come straight from a member of the O5 Council. They were impressed with Dr. Christensen, and the ambitious Foundation doctor had been hoping to snag a director position at Site-04. But there was one final test for Dr. Christensen to solve the SCP-5683 problem. Imagine you were out in public and you found yourself injured. Maybe you were in an accident and couldn't move, or someone had mugged you, and in the ensuing scuffle, you'd ended up getting hurt. Laying on the cold, filthy concrete of the sidewalk in desperate need of help, what could be the one thing that might make you feel even the slightest bit better? Something the very sight of would be enough to tell you everything was going to be okay. The flashing lights drawing closer, accompanied by the sound of tires on the road and a wailing siren, all signs that an ambulance is on its way. But what if the ambulance that came to assist you ended up making you feel far worse than you were before, and leaving you with injuries unlike anything you'd ever seen? What if it wasn't an ambulance at all that came to help you? What if you were found by SCP-4419 instead? Jeremy had been having a somewhat normal day until his accident. Work had been another shift of long, arduous hours spent behind his desk. 5 o'clock finally rolled around. He grabbed his bag and punched out. If he'd maybe left a few minutes later, he might have gotten away unscathed. Instead of getting caught in the mad rush of people leaving work, Jeremy usually took the back streets and avoided main roads as a shortcut to get home. There was less traffic, even during the rush, and that made crossing the streets safer, usually. He had been looking the other way when a car came speeding down the mostly empty side street. The driver had slammed the brakes, but only too late, knocking Jeremy down. Winded, he collapsed, unable to stand as the force of the impact had broken his leg. The driver and a few nearby onlookers huddled around Jeremy as he lay there with his injury. Suddenly, the noise of an ambulance caused the other pedestrians to mostly disperse. Still trying to catch his breath, in the last moments of his fading consciousness, the last thing he remembered seeing were a pair of figures. They had jostled rather aggressively through the crowd, reaching down to lift Jeremy up and shoved him into the emergency vehicle. They were considerably rude for medical professionals. Nobody around wanted to argue with them. Most would even go so far as to call them hostile, but that was nothing compared to the horror that awaited him when he reopened his eyes, laying back on the road where he'd been found. His body had been rearranged. He barely recognized it as his own. It was like he had been turned into some grotesque animal made using human parts. His arms and legs had been rearranged to protrude from his torso in an unnatural configuration. What felt even worse was that his fingers, toes, hands, feet, they all still worked. All Jeremy could do was scream until he slipped back under. A man turned into something else entirely. Bad days can happen to the best and worst of us, and sometimes those bad days can spiral into very, very bad nights. Mike had been having a night like that. Earlier that day, he'd lost a fair sum of money at the races. Gambling was one of his many vices, as was alcohol, and to commiserate his loss, Mike had hit the bar. Unfortunately, his already foul mood was nudged into full-blown temper when another patron accidentally bumped into him. The ensuing bar fight was a complete, disoriented, drunken mess of glasses being smashed and fists thrown. One managed to connect hard with Mike's jaw, breaking it and leaving him sat on the sidewalk in pain. Cop cars had shown up, officers breaking up the ruckus and paramedics arriving to treat the more badly injured patrons. It was then that two paramedics silently walked up to Mike and grabbed him by both arms. As much as he tried to pull away from their forceful grip, his arms were covered in bruises and cuts from the glass. Their fingers dug in, honing in on those painful, wounded spots so that Mike could really feel his own injuries as they pulled him up against his will. Trying to verbally protest only hurt his jaw further, meaning he could barely call for help as he was bundled into the back of an ambulance, doors slamming shut behind him. The next morning introduced Mike to a whole new and far grislier definition of the word hangover. One of the staff who worked at the bar found him, just waiting outside when she came up to open for business a few days later. Sitting out front, Mike had been left in the gutter, although it took the bartender a moment to notice just what was wrong with him, and when she saw it in full, she screamed. Instead of Mike's jaw being fixed, it had been wrenched open, far wider than natural. It was locked in a permanent, gaping expression, the sides of his lips sporting splits that ran all the way into his cheeks. Lodged between both rows of Mike's teeth, fused to his gums, was a piece of glass, too thick for him to break to free his jaw or even bite down on. A mouthful of glass shards and blood, cuts lining the inside of his cheeks, fragments lodged inside his tongue. All of that might have been preferable, a mercy, compared to what actually happened. The glass was keeping his mouth stretched out, stopping him from speaking like a transparent gag. And as if not being able to speak or beg for help wasn't bad enough, anyone that looked through that little window was also offered a whole other horrific view. They could see Mike's heart. It had been pulled from his chest and reattached at the back of his throat, still beating as tears rolled down his face. He couldn't eat, talk, only breathe through his nose, and it hurt. Reg and Lee had vowed when they first got married to love each other for better or for worse, in sickness and in health, until death did they part. And death very nearly almost parted them. If given the choice between dying together or suffering through what ended up being done to them, Not even their love for each other would have made them want to stay alive. The rain was beating down on the windshield as the couple drove home in silence. They'd had a big argument. In fact, it was small in the grand scheme of their relationship, just a lover's quarrel. In that moment, though, it felt like the biggest problem in the world, as those types of squabbles often do. But it would have seemed quaint compared to the fate that awaited both Lee and her husband that night. Visibility was poor. The headlights were doing little to help Reg see through the downpour or the dark. He found it so hard to see that he almost missed their turn, quickly wrenching the steering wheel to try and correct the mistake. Reg lost control of the car as it slid on the slippery road, flipping sideways and rolling as the rain continued to pour. The airbags deployed. The force of being thrown around even with her seatbelt on caused Lee to suffer a number of broken ribs. Meanwhile, Reg's arm was broken when the driver's side door connected with the ground and dented inwards. As the couple were left buckled in their seats, upside down and both crying at the pain of their injuries, they spotted the unmistakable silhouette of an ambulance driving through the rain towards them. They were both so relieved that neither one of them realized they hadn't called the emergency number yet. Although the rain had long since stopped by the time Lee woke back up, the storm was just beginning. Her head was spinning. Everything was sore and aching. She had expected to be in a hospital, maybe with Reg in her bed beside her, both of them recovering but alive at least. Pushing herself up by her cut, bloody hands, Lee could feel something heavy behind her, a weight on her back, like having a rucksack strapped to her, only it was harder to move. Almost the same mass as a person. Slowly looking over her shoulder, Lee screamed when she saw the flesh of her back had been fused to Reg's, their skin melted and stuck together like candle wax, each of them unable to pull away without the pain of feeling like they were being ripped apart. To make matters worse, Lee had undergone other modifications. Talk about in sickness or health. Living alone, Rodney was relatively content with his life. Since retiring, he'd been able to spend his twilight years appreciating the little things, spending most of his time out in the garden, tending to his flowers, and occasionally enjoying the company of his adult son. Unfortunately, with old age comes the increased risk of health problems, and to say Rodney had himself more than his fair share of heart difficulties, or a bum ticker as he called it, was an understatement. While out in his garden, Rodney suffered a violent heart attack and collapsed, wheezing and struggling to breathe. Luckily, his son Keith was in the house at the time. He witnessed his elderly father drop to the ground and ran out to help him, calling for an ambulance as he tried to calm Rodney down. The emergency services seemed to arrive much quicker than Keith had been expecting, a pair of paramedics rushing through the house to lift his dad away. What struck him as strange was neither one would tell Keith which hospital they were taking his dad to, and they outright refused to let him ride in the back of the ambulance to keep Rodney lucid and reassure him that he was in safe hands. When Keith went to climb into the back, one of the paramedics pushed him by the chest with enough strength to knock him over. As he pulled himself off the concrete, the rear door slammed shut and the ambulance sped away to God knows where with Rodney in the back. After a few days of hearing nothing, Keith had already tirelessly been calling every hospital in the area to ask if his dad had been admitted. None of them had seen Rodney, and his worried son had just been about to call the police to file a missing persons report when his elderly father appeared on the doorstep. Immediately, Keith drove his dad to the emergency room, trying to explain what had happened with the strange ambulance. While the hospital maintained that it wasn't one of theirs, they admitted Rodney and gave him a full examination, only to find something that would turn the stomachs of the world's most seasoned doctors. Rodney had more than one heart. Someone had given him not just a spare, but 11 additional hearts. They were stuffed between his natural organs, like too many books squeezed together on a shelf, and not one of them was beating. They were causing far more harm than good. Rodney's insides were riddled with these foreign bodies that were stopping his lungs from fully inflating, resting on his stomach, and wreaking havoc with his bodily functions. Upon discovery of these extra hearts, Rodney was rushed into the operating theater, with his son nervously pacing in the corridor outside. Sadly, a doctor would soon appear to tell Keith that the moment the surgeons removed one of the additional hearts, Rodney's old bum ticker had finally given out. Sometimes, as sad as it may be to reconcile with, tragedy strikes. One night, a fire broke out in a crowded bar, leading to a whole host of people suffering severe burns and requiring urgent medical attention. What they received instead was far more brutal and barbaric. Joyce had been in the bar when the alarms started to ring. Nobody knew what had started it, only that they needed to evacuate. But it didn't take the flames long to reach the alcohol behind the bar, and before long the whole place was ablaze, everyone panicking and barging past each other to get out. Once free of the searing heat, swapping it for the biting cold of the night air, the commotion didn't seem to end. Someone near her pointed to an ambulance that had just arrived, and a duo of paramedics that were manhandling some of the more badly burned bar patrons, forcing them into the back of their vehicle. Along with about 6 others, Joyce marched up as the group protested how the injured drinkers were being treated. When the paramedics refused to stop, things got uglier. The ensuing brawl left Joyce and the other 6 people with skull fractures, but rather than just leave them behind, the paramedics grabbed them too. Joyce was pushed into an already overcrowded ambulance. There were 26 people crammed in there total, including her. 19 of them had nasty burns on their skin, wounds that were only made worse by being packed together in such a tight space and jostled around as the ambulance drove away. There were no sign of the missing 26 bar patrons for around a week. The families of those that had disappeared after the fire urged the police to keep searching for them, with no bodies recovered at the scene by firefighters. Nobody had a clue where the group had gone. Joyce's partner, Al, even printed off missing flyers and handed them out to anyone who would take them. They also happened to be the caretaker of a local community center, and after another day of worrying tirelessly about Joyce, Al moped back there to clean and lock the place up. What they found waiting for them was like something out of an old horror B-movie, or something found in the deepest parts of the ocean. Filling one of the rooms of the community center was a huge, watery mass. It wasn't pure liquid, although Al first mistook it as the result of a leaking pipe. The mass was fluid. It twitched and shivered whenever they reached out to touch it, almost like a living thing, or what was left of a few living things. Say, 26 bar patrons melted down and reduced to a collective liquid mass. Now, you'd think having an accident out in public would be as bad as things got, but that's nothing compared to being injured in the line of duty, right in the middle of a war zone. That's what happened to Private Jackson. While he and his squad were out on a routine patrol in Afghanistan, a group of enemy insurgents ambushed the United States' soldiers. During the ensuing firefight, Private Jackson sustained a severe gunshot wound, leaving him bleeding out. His comrades had called for a medical evacuation and were expecting a U.S. Army helicopter to arrive at any moment. What none of them had expected was a city ambulance driving towards them across the battlefield as if it was the most normal sight on Earth. Already suspicious of the approaching vehicle, Private Jackson's fellow teammates raised their weapons at the approaching paramedics. Despite the soldiers' demands for them to identify themselves, neither one of the ambulance attendants seemed to pay them much mind, grabbing Private Jackson and dragging the wounded soldier towards the vehicle. He called to the rest of his squad, wanting to be let go, having no idea where he was about to be taken or why. The commanding officer barked at the pair of EMTs, warning if they didn't release Private Jackson, then his men would open fire. Still, the paramedics didn't seem to be listening. Just as they threw Jackson into their ambulance and climbed into the cab at the front, the other soldiers opened fire. Squeezing their triggers, bullets were spat from their weapons, riddling the metal sides of the vehicle as it began to drive away, siren blaring and lights flashing. Every shot that connected with the ambulance seemed to cause it to leak a viscous black fluid, like an oil. But despite this, it did little to deter the ambulance from driving away with Jackson captive in the back. After being successfully extracted from the battlefield, the remainder of the squad were airlifted back to safety, arriving back at their nearby base the following day. Each one of them were solemnly silent. All of them were confused as to how an ambulance had even appeared in the desert out of nowhere and disappeared without a trace. But even more so, they were concerned for the life of their kidnapped comrade. However, they wouldn't have to wait long, as arriving at their barracks revealed the grim, grotesque fate of Private Johnson. He was on the walls, as in all over the walls. His body had been dissolved somehow, broken down into little more than a thin, bloody paste that had now been smeared over the interior of the barracks. Looking out at his former squad from the liquefied remains was a single human eyeball, Private Jackson's eye, wide with horror at what had been done to him. SCP-4419, known to some by the nickname of the Butcher's Chariot, is still out there. At present, it is unknown who, or indeed what, performs the horrific mutilations on its victims, or even why. It could be that SCP-4419, if it has a consciousness, could be trying to help those it abducts, but lacks the correct medical understanding of how to do so. Then again, it could simply just be cruel, torturing and deforming people unfortunate enough to need emergency medical attention. Given how sporadically this anomalous ambulance can appear and disappear, at the site of any medical emergency anywhere on the planet, there's little the Foundation can do other than stay vigilant and pick up SCP-4419's patients after it has mutilated them. Or rather, they can pick up whatever's left of their victims.
All small towns have their horror stories, tales of places plagued by terrifying apparitions, unseen forces, and something waiting in the shadows to terrorize unsuspecting innocents. Sometimes it's a bridge at the edge of town, where a man in a bunny suit stalks, wielding an axe and looking for drivers who wander off of the main road. Sometimes it's a cabin in the woods rumored to house an old gnarled witch who steals people away and throws them into a giant soup pot. Maybe it's a cursed hotel where wicked spirits roam the halls, and the guests check in but never check out. Or maybe, like the little town where 16-year-old Mark lived, it's a haunted house. Ever since he was a little boy, Mark had been terrified of the house at the end of the lane. He walked past it on his way to school each morning and on his way back in the late afternoon. The sight of it made his palms sweat, his heart beat just a little bit faster. It had once been a grand Victorian manor, with turrets and a wraparound porch painted a brilliant white. But over the years, the paint had faded to a dingy yellow, peeling away from the rotting wood. There were holes in the roof where the rain and snow dripped through between the shingles. The windows were caked with dust and grime, obscuring anything that might be hiding inside. Not that there should have been anything there. The house had been abandoned for decades. Still, whenever he passed it, Mark could swear he felt the presence of something in there, pacing, watching, waiting for him to come inside. The stories around town didn't help. His parents told him to ignore them, said that people just liked to talk when there was nothing else to do, to make up things to be afraid of, because their lives were too boring otherwise. But he couldn't avoid it. On a Boy Scouts trip when he was 12, Mark had tried to cover his ears when the other boys gathered around the campfire with him, and turned the topic to the old house, but they teased and taunted him until he listened. They leaned in, faces lit ghoulishly from below by the flickering orange flames, and whispered about the ghost that had taken up residence inside the house. A wealthy old woman had lived there a long, long time ago, they said. She was cruel, with a nasty temper. Everyone in town knew to avoid her, knowing she would throw things at them from her window, shout at them, even sick her guard dogs on them. But one group of boys in town couldn't resist giving her a good scare. They dressed up in all black, red devil masks covering their faces, and broke into her house late one night. When she awoke, they were standing at the foot of her bed, holding pitchforks and telling her that they had come to drag her to hell. Her heart stopped from pure terror at the sight, but her spirit lingered in the house, swearing revenge against anyone who ever dared cross her threshold again, especially teenage boys. Mark didn't sleep a wink the whole camping trip after hearing that. He swore then and there that no matter what, he would never go into that house. But everyone can be bought, and everyone has a price. For Mark, that price was a car. He had been saving up as best he could, but it was tough to get a job with no way to transport himself there, and mowing lawns for his neighbors wasn't the most lucrative gig. So when he learned that his neighbor Oliver, home on a break from college, was getting rid of his old car, he begged to buy it. He doubted Oliver would go for it, knowing what a jerk the guy could be, but to Mark's surprise, Oliver gave him an offer.
I'll tell you what.
Oliver's face broke into a sadistic smile.
I'll give you the car if you can spend the whole night in the house at the end of the street, alone. Are you serious? Mark scoffed. Dead serious. Make it to sunrise without freaking out and bailing, and the car's yours. We have a deal?
Oliver stuck out his hand to shake. Every nerve in Mark's body was screaming at him to say no. But if he didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to afford a car until he was in college. With a defeated sigh, he took Oliver's hand. Deal. But as night fell and Mark prepared to meet Oliver outside of the derelict old house,
He could feel pangs of regret deep in his stomach. What was he thinking? Was a car really worth living his worst nightmare? What if Oliver didn't honor the deal? Or worse, what if the stories were actually true? He swallowed the lump in his throat as he shoved a sandwich into his backpack. He had food, water, a blanket, a flashlight, and his phone. Everything he should need to survive the night. It would be fine, he hoped. Wasn't sure if you'd show, Oliver smirked as Mark walked up to meet him on the rickety front porch. Well, I did. I'm here. Mark fidgeted nervously, staring up at the house, its windows gazing down at him like large, dark eyes. So here are the rules. You have to stay here until sunrise. You leave before then, the deal's off. No car for you. And you have to stay alone. No calling for help from your little friends or your mommy and daddy. I'll be back to check on you in the morning and make sure you really did it. Got it? Got it, Mark nodded. Good luck. I'm rooting for you. Really? Oliver turned to leave, then glanced over his shoulder for one final dig. Oh, and watch out for the ghost. I heard if she gets you, there won't even be bones left over. Night! And with that, he walked away. Mark stared down at the doorknob, preparing himself to walk inside. He could still leave. He could turn and run all the way back home, but then Oliver would be right, and he would be a coward. No, he was going to do it. He wasn't some scared little kid anymore. It was just a big, empty house, nothing more. He slowly turned the doorknob, pushed, and with a long, low creak, the door opened to the darkness within. Against his better judgment, Mark instinctively called out, "Hello?" There was, thankfully, no response, just his voice echoing in the vast, empty room. He let out a small sigh of relief and pulled the flashlight out of his backpack, switching it on. He cast its beam around the front room of the house, illuminating water damage, cobwebs that he could only hope were no longer housing any spiders, and a whole lot of plastic-wrapped furniture. As he walked into the living room, he was struck by just how ordinary it all seemed. It was creepy, of course, like any place made for living that had been deprived of its purpose for far too long, but it wasn't nearly as bad as his imagination had built it up to be. He had been picturing black candles, symbols drawn on the floor in blood, a skeleton perched on the couch, bats hanging from the ceiling. But there was none of that. No ghosts, no signs of danger. This was just mostly sort of sad. Once a home, now just a house, emptied out and left to decay. He could get through the night just fine. As soon as he thought that, he felt something scurry across his foot and let out a scream. The flashlight revealed it to be a large rat running from his sudden intrusion and looking for a place to hide. He clutched his chest, catching his breath. It's just an animal. It's fine. It's not going to hurt you, he reminded himself. Now that some of the mystery was gone, he was starting to wonder what the rest of the house looked like. What had once been breathless fear was replaced with a certain morbid curiosity. If he had to be here all night, he might as well explore. Hey, he thought to himself with a smile. Exposure therapy really works. Scared of a haunted house? Just go roaming around inside the middle of the night. You'll be cured. He sat his backpack down next to the stairs, keeping a grip on his flashlight, and began to investigate the rest of his greatest childhood fear. He walked through the dining room, taking in the ornate chandelier hanging from the ceiling, the long, long table fit for housing at least a dozen guests. He wandered into the kitchen, the appliances rusty from neglect. The oven and stove where someone once prepared their nightly dinners, all the pieces of life strewn about like an unfinished jigsaw puzzle with no one to pick up the pieces. Suddenly, Mark heard something coming from the other room. It couldn't be, but it sounded like footsteps on the stairs. Someone or something walking down, descending the staircase toward him. He held his breath, heart pounding so hard he couldn't hear it in his ears. The footsteps stopped, and the house was silent once again. Then, slowly, deliberately, he heard the same footsteps heading back up until they faded away, too quiet to hear anymore. That wasn't his imagination. He was not alone in the house. Carefully, he tiptoed back the way he came, careful to not make too much noise walking across the creaking floorboards. When he reached the stairs, he saw no signs of anyone else. In fact, there was nothing there at all. Wait, where was his backpack? He scanned the floor, certain he had just overlooked it, forgetting where he sat it down, but no matter where he looked, it wasn't there. His stomach dropped with a sudden realization. Whoever he had heard coming down the stairs must have taken it. He thought briefly about abandoning it and just running out the front door and never looking back, but his phone was in there. If his parents found out, he'd be grounded for months. Not to mention, he wouldn't have a phone. But what if whoever took it was dangerous? He couldn't be sure, but something in his gut told him he needed to go upstairs and check it out. He considered the weight of the flashlight in his hand. If someone attacked him, would it be enough to defend himself? He sure hoped so. With shaky hands and unsteady legs, he began to climb the stairs to the second floor of the house. Maybe whoever had taken his backpack was just as scared of him as he was of them. It was a comforting thought, though the comfort was short-lived. As he started down the upstairs hall, preparing to search the first bedroom, he heard a door creak open behind him. He turned and froze in wide-eyed terror at the sight. There was a figure there, emerging from the shadows. A pale woman with long, dark hair wearing a white nightgown, reaching out to him with a clawed hand.
Get out!
A voice rasped. Mark shrieked, dropped the flashlight, and tore back down the stairs. He ran to the front door, but as his hand touched the doorknob, a hand grabbed his ankle and pulled. He toppled over, landing on the ground with a painful thud.
Please,
he sobbed, shaking from fear.
Don't hurt me. I'll leave. I'm so sorry. Don't kill me.
He braced himself for an unearthly voice, for pain, but instead he heard gleeful cackling. He opened his eyes and saw Oliver standing above him.
I knew you couldn't do it. You're such a chicken.
He smirked.
What?
Mark stammered.
Come on, did you really think I was going to give you my car? Are you stupid?
Oliver scoffed. Clearly. Mark followed the sound of the new voice coming down the stairs. There was Chase, one of Oliver's equally awful friends.
He still believes in haunted houses. Did you like my work? I made myself.
He held up what Mark could now see was a prop, a mannequin dressed up like some kind of ghostly woman.
You gave it a good try, but I think it's time for you to run along home now,
Oliver sneered.
Yeah, run home. Ugh.
Chase's taunt was cut off as he fell against the banister suddenly.
What the hell? Who pushed me?
He whirled around, but there was no one on the stairs with him. Still, Mark could hear the sound of footsteps hammering past Chase and toward him and Oliver. What happened next shocked him to his core. Oliver was dragged to his feet by the collar of his shirt, pulled by an unseen force. Then, with a loud thwack, something invisible hit him square in the nose.
Ow!
He cried out, but before he could react anymore, he was dealt another blow to the stomach, doubling over in pain.
What the?
Something swept his legs out from under him and he fell hard, head hitting the floor with a crack. Then, it was quiet. Oliver was still breathing, but very much unconscious, blood trickling from his nose.
Screw this!
Chase yelled, bolting out the door. As Mark scrambled toward the door to follow him to run home before he could be attacked next, he saw his backpack sliding across the floor toward him.
Thanks for the sandwich,
a female voice said, though he couldn't see the source.
I love peanut butter.
You're welcome, he stammered before grabbing his bag and sprinting all the way home. As the story of the haunted house began to spread, rumors and local news reports alike reached the ears of the SCP Foundation. Foundation staff in the area placed infrared cameras around the abandoned house, and the footage captured a human heat signature. Whatever was in that house, it was no ghost. Using infrared cameras to track the entity, it was quickly brought into custody. Before long, the entity was opening up to the Foundation, and she offered to cooperate willingly in exchange for warm food and shelter. So the invisible woman was taken to a nearby Foundation site and given the official classification SCP-347. SCP-347 is a young adult woman, standing at approximately 164 centimeters tall. For all intents and purposes, she is a completely average woman, with one exception. She is completely invisible to the naked eye. This includes her body, as well as everything inside of it, including her blood, skin, and hair samples. Though the cones and rods of the human eye must be visible in order to see, SCP-347's vision has registered as normal following extensive tests. She refers to herself with the name Claudia, though this is assumed to be an alias inspired by Claudia Rains, the lead actor in The Invisible Man. Her real identity, if she indeed has one, has not yet been confirmed. Aside from her invisibility, SCP-347's only other notable traits are an ability to pick locks, a talent for thievery, and the ability to swallow small objects in order to turn them invisible, and then cough them up at a later time without any sickness or discomfort. She seems to crave human contact and socialization, becoming frustrated when she is ignored. She will act out in these cases by pranking people and rearranging and hiding their things. When she is left alone with someone who is sleeping, she has been known to stroke their hair, touch their face, or tuck them in. She does this, she says, because it just feels right. However, those it is done to tend to describe the behavior as unnerving. Though she is invisible in terms of visible light, she can still be seen using infrared or ultraviolet cameras. SCP-347 is currently contained at Site 1, kept in a 5 meter by 5 meter room monitored with an infrared camera. The room has an attached bathroom complete with a shower and bathtub, a queen-size bed, 2 armchairs, a desk and a swivel chair, several bookcases, a TV, and a DVD player. Her bookcases are filled with books, mainly adventure stories, romance novels, and art books, as per her request. She has also been permitted DVD copies of any movies or television shows that she asks for, as long as they predate her arrival at the SCP Foundation. New releases may be added, but only after prior approval from the research team. Though she does not frequently wear clothes, she is to be provided with any clothing that she requests, as well as a collection of makeup and wigs. She has been encouraged to dress up to her heart's content, as it allows Foundation staff to more easily gauge her location at any given time. While she is inside, the door to her room must remain locked. At least 2 staff members must check her door every hour for signs of tampering with the lock. The door may only be unlocked to allow staff in and out for interviews, research, and the delivery of meals and other requested items. She thoroughly enjoys human company and will chat, joke, and even flirt with those who visit her room. She is permitted to leave her containment if and only if she is accompanied by a staff member with at least level 2 security clearance, as well as wearing a layer of grease paint on her face and gloves on her hands. This allows the staff to see her hands and facial expressions. While she is out and about, staff are instructed to treat her with respect and avoid making any rude or crass comments about her invisibility, or her state of dress or undress. If she attempts to escape, she is to be returned to her room and locked inside. If the staff are unable to detect SCP-347's location, they will be given infrared heat vision goggles and instructed to keep an eye out for unusual phenomenon. Dr. Wrights added an addendum to her official file, warning male personnel to politely decline any advances that SCP-347 makes towards them. His note reads, "She's an invisible kleptomaniac. When you leave afterward, you're gonna realize 3 seconds too late that you don't have your keys in your pocket anymore, and you will be held accountable for whatever happens. Besides, the last thing we need is an invisible pregnancy." Dr. Wrights. Yeesh. When she was first contained, SCP-347 had regular violent outbursts and displayed signs of emotional instability, including compulsive theft and depressive episodes during which she would give all surrounding people the silent treatment. Her condition has improved gradually over time, with the application of regular counseling sessions intended to help her heal from the trauma caused by years of complete isolation and being unseen by the world around her. Several of the research staff studying Claudia have suggested that she be introduced to other SCPs, particularly those who are humanoid and considered to be non-threatening. She might, they posit, benefit from social interaction with other anomalous beings that she can relate and connect to. This, in addition to her therapy, could improve her mental and emotional state significantly. After all, just because she's invisible, that doesn't mean she has to feel invisible too. Claudia has expressed a great deal of interest in this idea, stating that it would be nice to have some friends on the inside who aren't being paid to talk to her. Though no matchups have been approved as of yet, several anomalies have been proposed should the program be put into action. SCP-507 was brought up in conversation by more than one researcher, given his harmless nature, friendly demeanor, and fascination with the paranormal. He supported the idea enthusiastically, stating that he would be thrilled to meet a real-life invisible person. SCP-343 has also asked to meet with Claudia, believing he can potentially help her overcome some of her emotional difficulties and offer her some much-needed comfort. Other potential anomalies to introduce to Claudia include SCP-073 and SCP-056, though Claudia's flirtatious nature might complicate the latter. Everybody wants to be known, to be acknowledged, and recognized for the person that they know themselves to be. For SCP-347, it once seemed as if having that simple desire, that human need met, would be impossible for her. But now, for better or for worse, as long as she's in the custody of the SCP Foundation, Claudia can make something approximating a normal life. She can, at last, be seen. Now go check out SCP-811 Swamp Woman and SCP-953 Polymorphic Humanoid for even more lovely and not so lovely anomalous ladies.